Hey everyone, I'm so sorry about all of the tech issues we just had. It looks like we're still having more as well. Just turn that down a little more if I can. Can I have that on very slightly? Yeah, I guess I can. Okay. Hey everyone, nice to see you all. Let's see if I can still do a shout out to everyone. Foxy Mion, Base Junkie, Tempura Shrooms, Rachel Spooky, hello, welcome to the stream! Hey, Shield Dayton, hello, Carrie Magic, hello, Mitu, and Princess Jaya, and Nerd Piggy, hello, welcome to the stream, hello, Sadly Siobhan, and Ace Does Stuff Live, and Interference Demon, hello, welcome to the stream, hello, Eerie Snow, hello, Jaeger Lily, hello, Full Arena, hello, Gomba Master, and White Ink, and Liznene, I'm not sure. Hello, Charlie Keeling Over, and Extra Small Robin. Hello, welcome to the stream, everyone. It's great to have you here. I don't know what the fuck is going on with my PC. It was a hell of a day to find out that it seems like if I turn on my audio equipment in a certain order, it works, and if I turn it on in the other order, it shits itself to death. That's cool. That's cool to find out. Yay! At least I know that now, I guess. It did give me a second to finish eating my noodles, so that was something cool. But I also, my donation goal doesn't seem to be working, and I don't know why. So I keep on trying to turn it off and on again, and it's just not actually doing anything. What if I try adding a new donation goal object? Donation goal, add source. Where, oh my god, no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Okay, so the donation bar is just not going to appear on this stream, I guess. But if you want to support the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using Command Tip, and it won't show up today. Apparently, it's just not going to be here. But if we hit the goal, which is £800, as negotiated by the Clown Union, we will get an extra Pinko stream next month. There are 2 Pinko streams this month so far planned. There are the ones I can afford to pay Pinko for, and then the one from hitting the goal. One of them, I think she's just going to play video games. The other one, she was very unclear, but it was something about anti-clown bias or something. She can't really write, so texting is kind of off the table. Anyway, you'll never know that I donated. Oh no! You know what, actually, I have my mini feed on Streamlabs, so I can still actually see what is coming in. I just can't get the donation goal for some reason. It's very strange. I'm going to turn the music off now, actually. Cool. Right. I also don't know if the alert box is working, so if someone would like to test that by subscribing... yeah, I don't know. You look so elvish today. Thank you very much, Marina. Also, hi, welcome to the stream. It's nice to have you here. Great appearance on Owen Jones today, Sophie. Sorry about all the Egypts in the chat. I mean, it was really just that I just really wanted to point out that one person as an example of what I was talking about. There are just always dickheads when you decide to talk about trans issues, basically. Okay, Jay Shrinward. I actually just don't know how to. Is it Josh? Is it? No, I can't figure that one out. But I'm getting nothing on here, so we're just having a very like low tech stream, I guess, where like none of my overlays are working at all. So that's cool. Sasha, thank you for also subscribing. I guess we're just not having a donation goal or alerts today, but I still appreciate money. So please do, if you're enjoying the stream, consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using Command Tip. So what are we doing today on the stream? Good question. Thank you all for asking. We're reading the new Statesman again. Yay! I had so much fun reading liberal slop and explaining to people why it's liberal slop. last time, and I thought, I think a lot of people ask themselves, what fucking reality do the liberals live in? And I feel like the New Statesman is a pretty good explanation of what fucking reality liberals live in. So we're going to carry on exploring the liberal world. The liberal cinematic universe, if you will. I actually went to the shop to get a couple of things, and I decided to check out the magazine stand while I was there. And I thought I'll have a look through the political magazines and see if anything else jumps out. I don't necessarily want the New Statesman again. Thank you very much, Gumba Master, for tipping £10.25 and saying, for clown justice, he honk, etc., you are now in the clown union. So I was thinking, I don't necessarily want the New Statesman. But then I saw the cover of the New Statesman, and that is the boy, Keith Starmer, walking through a Union Jack, presumably towards a bright future, and the Union Jack is being smashed into little pieces around him. Accidentally based Keith. The cover title that they've given to his essay is The Mission: Why Britain Will Only Succeed If We Take On the Enemies of Progress by Keir Starmer. So, you know the deal if you saw the last stream. We are going to read an article, then we're going to play some Hitman and discuss the article, then we're going to read another article, then we're going to play some Hitman and discuss that article. That's basically the format of the stream. I have selected five articles from this particular issue that I think we will... Is enjoy the right word? I don't know. We will experience together. Sorry, I'm still recovering from my cold. So, the first article is not the Keir Starmer one. I'm teasing you. I'm edging the chat with this. I know you want that Keith so badly. I know you want the Starminator's top cop super ideas. I know you want all his big brain thoughts about justice and law and order. But no. We are going to start with an article by none other than Joanna Cherry. For those who aren't familiar, Joanna Cherry is a prominent TERF in Scottish politics. I believe she is a lesbian. She certainly claims to speak for all lesbians, so you would hope that she is. And she has written a piece titled Identity Politics, Squabbles in the SNP, and My Position on the Leadership Race. For those who don't have the full context, in the leadership race right now, queer issues, but particularly the tension between trans issues and people who fucking hate trans people and want us eradicated and are happy to partner with anti-abortion activists and people who hate gay people to get there, is a pretty hot topic. Now I'm just thinking about Hot Topic. Nicola Sturgeon, the previous leader of the SNP and of Scotland, had to step down after the gender... What was it called? The gender bill, I don't know. The gender reform bill was passed in Scottish Parliament, which would make it so that Scottish trans people didn't have to get a diagnosis of gender dysphoria and could just use self-ID to have their legal documents changed. And as we all know, everyone shows their birth certificate when they enter a women's bathroom as proof that they are, in fact, a woman and not a sneaky little transgender trying to get in there to do horrible things to women, like piss near them or say, I'll wipe my hands on my penis at them or something. And so this caused quite a furore, and Nicola Sturgeon stepped down. Westminster blocked the bill, which they're really not supposed to do, so there's a whole crisis of independence. Like, Scottish independence has come back around in a big way. Hey, Pickleby's in chat! Gender Recognition Reform Bill. Hey, how's it going, Pickleby? I hope you especially will enjoy this Joanna Cherry article. Oh god. Okay. So let's begin. I think I've given all the all the context that we need for understanding this. Oh no, there's one more thing. Kate Forbes, who we will also be reading a profile of later in the New Statesman, yay, is the candidate that people are talking about the most, which, if we've learned anything from Trump, and it really seems like we haven't learned anything from Trump, means she's going to win. The reason people are talking about Kate Forbes the most is that she opposes gay marriage based on religious beliefs. She's a Christian. Very cool, Kate. So the important figures are Nicola Sturgeon, Joanna Cherry, who's the writer of this article, and Kate Forbes, who is a Christo-fascist who is opposed to people's basic freedoms. Let's begin. In years to come, the children of an independent Scotland will ask their older relatives, "Where were you when Nicola Sturgeon resigned?" My answer will be, at home with a sore throat. Bestie same. A bad cough, not COVID, and no voice. Nothing TERFs hate more than having no voice. Which means I have to cancel a scheduled appearance on Question Time and cannot do any media for the first 3 days after the shock announcement. I can't believe women are being silenced again. And this time it's the same thing that killed the aliens from fucking War of the Worlds. The Common Cold is a trans rights activist. I busy myself writing my local newspaper column about another on lesbian erasure for the House magazine's LGBT History Month edition. A foreword to well, I mean, for her it's LGBT History Month, isn't it? A foreword to a paper on how gender identity ideology is forcing lesbians back into the closet, and my weekly column for The National. Suffice to say, Sturgeon and I have not seen eye to eye on either independence strategy or the gender recognition reform bill. There we go, Beth. So I view the SNP leadership election as an opportunity for the party to reset on both issues. Time to move our domestic policy agenda off identity politics and back onto the bread and butter issues my constituents care about. Hooey. Okay, this is already going really well. I will note at this point that the article we're currently reading is quite short. It's just this page, and so it begins here, and then it's just this. I will give an indication of the length that Keith has brought when I begin reading Keith's article. I hope you will all be impressed by Keith's length. So she's given little section titles to these parts of this very short essay. I mean, it's like, it's a page. It's one page, but she's sectioned it up. A lack of conscience. I returned to Westminster after recess, feeling optimistic that the first SNP leadership election in nearly 2 decades will afford an opportunity for a good debate about policy and strategy. My hopes are dashed as the contest descends into mudslinging over identity politics, and then when Kate Forbes is pilloried for her religious beliefs. Her answers were politically naive, but it was no secret that she is a committed member of the Free Church of Scotland, and everyone knows they are socially very conservative. So since we're talking about liberal brain and the bizarre world that liberals live in, it's no secret she is a committed member of the Free Church of Scotland, and everyone knows they are socially very conservative. Writing sentences like this is treated as so normal for liberals, like to just say, we all know they're conservative. Well, they're conservatives. You know that. They're socially conservative. They have socially conservative policies. They have socially conservative beliefs. That's just the way they are. That's allowed. That's part of democracy. And it's just like, no. She wants to treat gay people as second-class citizens. Joanna, you are a lesbian. Why are you treating this like it's an acceptable possibility, like it's an acceptable part of discourse at all? It's not. It's just not, and you don't have to treat it that way. You can call her a Christo-fascist. You can do it, Joanna. I believe in you. Grow a spine. Fuck. The former SNP leader Gordon Wilson was of that faith. Hang on a second. Just a second. I'm very sorry here. Gordon Wilson. Let's just free. No, so Gordon Wilson. It says Gordon Wilson peace campaigner here is that the Wikipedia article for him. Yeah, sorry. Former SNP leader Gordon Wilson was of that faith, and so is our former Westminster leader Ian Blackford. Right, let's just make sure of what I'm saying here about Ian Blackford as well. Ian Blackford. Let's just free. Oh, okay, that's very cool, right? All right then. Well, so here's the thing: Free Church of Scotland and just being a Christian isn't the same thing. Free Church of Scotland is an evangelical church, and they are very much trying to push the same kind of mission as a lot of evangelical churches of America, as far as I can see. They are trying to take some of the Christian identity movement across the pond to the UK. As far as I can see, that's very much how it's been explained to me by Scottish people. And saying that Gordon Wilson was of that faith, I just had to check. It didn't mention the Free Church of Scotland anywhere in his article. Maybe I'm wrong, but just to equate being Christian with being evangelical, so normal. Anyway. People forget that the SNP was a progressive party before Sturgeon. Okay. Okay. Same-sex marriage was brought in under Alex Salmond's leadership. He allowed a conscience vote on the issue, and a small number of SNP MSPs voted against or abstained. Humza Yousaf, also a leadership candidate, was excused from the final vote on religious grounds. It therefore seems odd that Yousaf should seek to put the boot into Forbes, and I am saddened that no senior figure stepped in to defend her right to her private religious beliefs.
Can I just point out that Alexander Salmond was driven out of the party over, sexual harassment allegations?
Please do. Do you want to come over here and say
it? Just to contextualise Joanna Cherry's attack on a politician who's specifically a Muslim claiming solidarity with queer and trans people, because that gets them really fucking mad.
Yeah.
She's defending the progressive clout of Alexander Salmond, who was driven out of the SNP over sexual harassment allegations. So that's
yay. So her private religious beliefs, it's deliberately disingenuous. It's deliberately disingenuous to say it's her private religious beliefs and compare it to Humza Yousaf, when it's Yousaf was excused from the vote, right, because she wanted to abstain and not put a public opinion as a Muslim politician, right? Which there's still ground to be pissed about that actually, but if Kate Forbes is going to be the leader of Scotland, it's not her private beliefs, and she's actually been she's not being pilloried on her private religious beliefs. She's being pilloried on her association with an evangelical church that's trying to push political reforms in line with an extremely conservative, some people would even say reactionary, bigoted, fascist agenda. It's a curious state of affair. Now, this sentence I read earlier, that when I was skimming through to see which articles I should read, this is the sentence that made me decide this one was going in. It's a curious state of affairs that the same politicians who are happy to impose one particular set of beliefs, that sex is a feeling as opposed to a material reality, in both the Gender Bill and the not yet enforced Hate Crime Act, are so willing to attack another politician for hers. Sex is a feeling as opposed to a material reality. Joanna, I've had a feeling with your dad. Anyway, Forbes holds beliefs many of us would disagree with, but she has not evinced any intention of imposing them in legislation. This is a lesbian advocating for someone who opposes her rights to be put in charge of the fucking country because she also hates people that she hates. How insane is this? How insane is this? I can't with these fucking TERFs, honestly. Beth saying he defended his actions, referring to Alex Salmond here. He defended his actions as sleepy cuddles. Oh my god, what a fucking creep. You're right, Frog Power Train. This is extreme pick-me behavior. So that was all the section, a lack of conscience. So I'm not sure she's really demonstrated why she gave the title to that section. I think I could explain that she thinks that anyone with a conscience would act to protect women from terrifying transgenders who might go into the bathroom and say the word penis. But she hasn't actually explained that in the section. What she said in the section was, we were going to have a debate about the leadership, and I thought it was going to go well, but then I saw them attacking a Christian who would have people like me have our rights taken away, and that made me really sad. So, comically, what it actually reads as is this section is referring to her lack of conscience more than anything else. Anyway, next section, taking a view. As the week progresses, I receive emails from constituents and party members disgusted by Forbes' treatment. A constituent stops me in the street to tell me that while she is an atheist, she thinks Kate is being treated very shabbily. I wonder what that person thinks of gay people. On Friday, I start the day at Ash Reagan's campaign launch. I am supporting Ash because, like me, she is on the left of the party and wants to reset our strategy for independence and bring the wider movement back together. I also think she showed leadership as well as considerable courage when she resigned as minister over the gender reform bill. You know, I was going to take a second there to just search on Twitter Ash Reagan TERF to just see, but Joanna just tells us right away. It's all very convenient. The launch takes place at a hotel overlooking the Forth Bridges. It's a gloriously sunny morning, and as we look out at the iconic view, including the new Queens Ferry crossing, I am reminded that when the SNP governs well, it can deliver huge infrastructure projects like this on time and within budget. I just want the trains to run on time, you know what I mean? This is fucking horrific. I don't know if this is actually meeting our criteria of answering the question, what world do liberals live in? What reality do liberals live in, considering it is written by a TERF who is trying to exterminate trans people and is holding the door open for horrific fascists. So I don't even know if we could classify her politics as liberal. She would certainly describe herself as liberal. But I just find it absolutely fascinating that she chose to start out the piece with just like, look how much media I get. I had to cancel my appearance on Question Time, but I wrote for House magazine and my weekly column in The National, and then I went to my debate, my duty as a member of Scottish Parliament to discuss who the SNP leader should be. Cool. Fucking love that, babe. Love that for you. It's just like TERFs get so much ground out of trying to paint themselves as the underdog, and here she's just very like passionately showing everyone how much influence she has. Last section is called The Road to Independence. After my constituency surgery, I head off on if people aren't clear on this, it's when an MP meets with their constituents and discusses the issues that matter to them. I assume that transgenders are locked out, turned away at the door. Anyway, after my constituency surgery, I head off on a road trip to Arbroath, Stonehaven, and Fraserburgh. SNP and Yes groups in all three towns extended speaking invitations last year, and I've combined them over a weekend. The meetings are well attended, and I enjoy some downtime with the SNP MP Dave Dugan in Arbroath and local activists in Stonehaven. There I stay at the Ship Inn, a lovely old pub with rooms overlooking the harbour. A man at the bar asks me why I am not running for the SNP leadership, and I explain that it's a practical impossibility since I am not since I am not an MSP. The next morning, fortified by a fantastic breakfast, I finish my trip in Fraserburgh. There are some veterans of the rise and fall of the SNP in the 1970s there, and I am reminded of how far we have come. We may have gone back a bit in the polls, but there are now more people in Scotland who support independence than actually vote SNP, and that, of course, is our raison d'etre. Oh, gosh. What a tasty little starting article, huh? What a... yum, 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 delicious. What a great piece to start off our tour of the New Statesman with, huh? A wise man once said, hypocrisy is a virtue to a fascist. Thank you, Mitu. That's a very good, that's a good aphorism. Beth is in chat asking, is this a diary column? Yes, it is. It is literally the diary. Basically, New Statesman has a feature where they ask people to just tell us about their week, right? And it's people of note who we might be curious what a day in the life or a week in the life of a turf politician, for instance, looks like. All right, let's play some Hitman and chat about the article. Oh, jeez. The very nature of the diary column itself is actually quite funny, just because like it's such a middle class feature to like want to imagine yourself as being just like the person in power, right? It's just like where most of us actually have absolutely no influence over what happens in electoral politics and are just horrified observers strapped into the trolley, not even able to control the lever between the limited options that do exist, as we tunnel down towards plowing over thousands of innocent people. Middle-class liberals want to imagine themselves driving the trolley and are absolutely contented to just read about what they got up to. You know, just read a little like, ooh, wow, she went to Arbroath. How nice. She had a good breakfast. Oh, I'm so happy for her. It's embarrassing. It's just embarrassing. Anyway. Oh, you know what? I actually want to play the mission from Hitman 1. Why is it so fucking loud? Come on. I'm trying to imagine the Mumsnet posting already, you know, violent transgender plays murder simulator video game while talking about innocent MP Joanna Cherry. Okay, let's play this one. Dear Diary, I went fucking rabid at trans people again for no reason. Yeah, exactly. Writing in my diary about how Keir Starmer smiled at me while kicking my feet and giggling. Yeah, that's the vibe. Yeah, I think that's probably, like, in many ways a more useful feature to think about than much in the article itself. One thing in the article itself is just like, wow, being a TERF eats your whole brain, huh? Wow, does being a TERF ever eat your whole brain? Two things on that. One, like, she's letting TERF bullshit, like, dominate her week, right? You can just read that by, like, the things that she's saying there. It's just, like, she... a perhaps majority of the column space that she was afforded, and honestly, all column space that she's afforded, she, like, spent talking about TERF shit. But the second part of that is just like, you have to consider what it's like for people who are in a middle-class liberal media environment. You have to think about people who, like, are subscribed to New Statesman and listen to Radio 4 and watch, like, BBC panel shows and shit like this. People who either want to be middle-class or are middle-class, as much as you can define middle-class, you know. But people who are trying to live a middle-class lifestyle anyway. Their media, like, gets absolutely fucking flooded with, like, weird bullshit like this, because because these are people who are in positions of power or are like trying to get into positions of power. Stop that. Stop that. Get down. Stop it. There we go. And so, like, it's very easy for, like, the majority or perhaps even the totality of the media that you're consuming to just suddenly be a ton of TERFs talking about TERF bullshit, talking about all the TERF things that they think and all of their TERF opinions, and then think that that's fucking normal because, again, if you're a middle-class liberal, you think that the things that you're reading are representative of the broader, oh shit. Got him. We're fine. You think that the things that you're reading are representative of the broader general public because they use this framing of well, it's consensus politics to some degree. It's the mechanism of like calling what we live in a democracy, right? And then being like, well, the people who are in our parliamentary democracy to represent people's different opinions, they must be representative of the population. So again, it's just normal that there are some people who are socially conservative, and it's fine that they would like to take all my rights away. That's fine, actually. Yum yum. I love boots. Nom nom nom. And it's just like, by thinking that way, you have, it's not just implicit bias in the way that we're familiar with talking about bigotry, but it's like a totalizing understanding of politics itself. Fuck. 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 Double fuck. Oh, get dead already. Dickhead. Oh, I fucked this one, you know. I've completely fucked this one. I need to do this in like one shot or it's really not worth it. Yes, I got him. Okay. Okay. Now we just gotta make sure that none of the guards can see me. I think they actually can't. I think I might have gotten away with it. I'm gonna drop my rifle. I don't need it. Oh, there's one guy there who is aggro on me, but I don't think he can actually tell where I am. Alright, let's try getting out of here. Yeah, I think I'm fine, actually. I think I've gotten away with it. If you think that parliamentary democracy represents the actual politics and positions of the population, then you see people who are socially conservative. They want to take away people's rights. They are actually completely vile and inhuman little fascist creeps. And you think, oh, that's completely normal. That's just part of what. That's just a part of what living in a democracy is all about. We need to court some of their votes. You know, we have to get some of their votes if we're hoping to succeed at all. And it's just like, no, man, that's extremely not fucking it. You know, I've completely beefed this one now. All the soldiers are gonna be aggro on me. Ah, piss. I'm gonna need to get a new disguise or I'm fucked. No, no, please stop shooting me, please stop shooting me, please. Ah, fuck. Fuck! Fuck! Anyway, if you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using Command Tip. We don't have the donation goal up because of tech issues, but if we get over £800 this month, there will be an extra Pinko the Clown stream next month. There are currently going to be 2 this month because we hit the goal last month. What was I saying? Yeah, the entire framing, right, makes it seem like it's normal to just be around and listen to and treat it like it's fine when people who want to take other people's basic rights away based on their immutable characteristics get power and then enact those beliefs, right? It's treated like that's just a fine and normal thing to have happen. And it's actually not fine and it's actually not normal. It may be typical, but it's not normal. It's absolutely fucked and we shouldn't treat it like it's okay. And then, like I say, so much of your media environment can easily be captured by TERFs and other like hateful groups absolutely obsessed with taking away the rights of one minority or another. Yeah, very, very easily if you're a middle class liberal, because these are people who have all of the fucking connections. They have all the friends in the media. They have the columns in the New Statesman. They have the columns in the National or whatever, right? For fuck's sake. Okay, disguise on. Where's my boy? There should be a guy running upstairs right now. There he is. Let's just watch him. Let's just watch him go around. He's coming. Here comes the boy. There he is. Hello, boy. Okay. There we go. That's better. Give me that gun. Right, time to get the fuck out of here. Time to get the fuck out of here. I think I'm running a bit behind schedule too. I need to shimmy fast. Alright. Okay, who's ready for the next who's ready for the next article once I've failed again at assassinating these guys? UK media is uniquely terrible, basically a big family tree of every upper-class weirdo you can imagine. Yes, and that's what I mean about it being so shockingly bad. Oh no, I'm still there on time, we're okay. That's what I mean about it being so shockingly bad, that all of this is treated like it's part of like a pluralistic democracy, because it's not. It's not. This isn't. You know, at least the Republicans in the U.S. have the like decency to like aggressively seize power as fascists. You know, they have the decency to like completely ignore everyone else that they disagree with, and like and completely override their voices and completely disengage from democracy. This insidious fucking sneak shit from the ruling class in the UK, where it's just like all of our media environment belongs to the ruling class. Every voice that you hear on TV is the ruling class. There's a show called Have I Got News for You, and it's just it's just basically a bunch of Tories from fucking deeply inbred families who haven't bred outside of the bloodline in 1,000 years in order to keep themselves pure and clean, all making jokes about how Jeremy Corbyn looks tired and scruffy. And it's just like, how do you not understand you are receiving ideological propaganda right now? Why is there just casually a battle axe in an AC unit? Oh, well, you know how that, it's Orientalism. I was trying to make a joke doing some ironic racism, and then I realized it would just come out sounding like me doing racism, so I'm not going to do that joke. But it's Orientalism is the answer. Obviously, there would just be a battle axe in the AC unit. It's Marrakesh, of course. That's just a thing that happens. Sophie, you got to go back and get that Labris. Hit that man with lesbian style. Yeah, absolutely. Cool, now I gotta go get the other target, who's like a UN ambassador. Based. Okay, the A in AC stands for axe. So true, so true. If you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip. If you have a Prime account, you can attach your Prime account to your Twitch account. You can give me a subscription for free. It would cost you no money, and I get actual real money for it, so that would be pretty fucking based in my opinion. And then yeah, I'm gonna try and get this guy, but I haven't actually succeeded at getting this guy and then getting out of the building so far, so it's gonna be a tricky one, and we'll see how it goes. And I'll probably die, and then we'll read the next article, which I believe, let me just check for you actually. I believe the next article we're going to read is going to be a... Yeah, I think it is. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Oh, oh, ho, ho. They really dedicated a whole page in this 63-page magazine to just this. That's the whole page. That's the whole. That's all that page is. That's it. Hey Nat, do you want to see this page? There's only 63 pages in this magazine. That's one whole page.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
When you buy this magazine, 1/60th of what you're paying. It's for this picture. Should I cut this out and put it up there? Anyway, Nat wouldn't be okay with that. You can't chat. You can't answer that question. Nat wouldn't be okay with it. It wouldn't be allowed.
It could be pretty funny. It could be quite funny.
Just have Starmer up on one of these frames.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. You were great with Owen Jones earlier. Thank you so much, Logan. That's nice of you to say. Bop, 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 bop. There we go. Okay, let's get my coins. And then I need to lure that cop in here. Hey, I think I saw a teenager of color shoplifting. Yeah, got his interest. He's coming in. Consulate security is an odd way to spell mall cop of the UN.
Yeah, come in, Central. I'm at the location now, and we're clear. Nothing going on here. Out.
Oh, there's nothing going on here. It's fine. It's all good. Don't worry about it. Okay. Oh, I've got someone's attention. That's not good. Who is that? Oh, it's another cop. Okay. That makes sense. Where is the boy? There he is. I might need to go over this end. You know what? You know what? If I'm going to do something... If I'm going to do some fancy shooting, I probably want my glasses on. Okay. Okay. Fuck. Oh, he's behind a fucking pillar. What am I doing? Oh shit, look at this. Wait, where did he... What just happened? Oh my god, he ran past me. What have I done? Oh my god, I fucked... guys, I fucked it. I've actually, like, completely fucked it. What the fuck? Oh, come, just shoot the guy already. Come on. There we go. Cool, we're good. Okay, locate the exit now. That's a bit tricky. That's a little harder. Okay. Oh, Christ. Oh, he's walking. They're walking away. God damn. No, I'm disguised. You can't tell. You don't know it's me anymore. What do you mean, hey you? Fuck off. You don't know my story. You don't know my life. Leave me alone. Okay, I gotta get through the lobby now, and that is the absolute hardest bit, because there's just a bajillion... Oh, they were already suspicious. Oh, no. No, you saw nothing. You saw nothing. You saw nothing. Nah, come on now. Come on. You didn't see anything. Come on now. Come on. Come on now. Oh. Ooh! I actually got away with it. I actually did it. Shit, I'm the best. I'm the best fucking hitman in the world. God damn. Okay, I gotta be real. I've actually been playing this level a lot offline, and this is the first time that I've successfully cleared it, and like I'm getting away to the exit. So like I'm very proud of myself right now, and I can only attribute my success to Joanna Cherry. So thank you so much to Joanna Cherry for giving me the power to complete this mission. Hell yeah. Hell fucking yeah. Cool. I nailed it. Okay. How do I do next up? What? Continue story. I don't want to watch a cutscene. Can I just skip it? Can I just circle out of it? Oh, I pressed circle too many times and it just took me to the menu anyway. That's funny. Okay, we're gonna go to... Oh, okay, it is an X mission. That's fine. I'm gonna put this down here. We are gonna read an article by Sir Keir Starmer. Okay. Here comes the boy. Here comes the boy. Okay. Oh, hello, boy. Okay. Oh, God. It's so bad already. It's already just so fucking bad. Ugh. Oh. Ooh. Okay. Okay. It's the boy. This is what I believe. Strong start. Strong start. So, I guess it's drink every time... no, if you drink every time that Keir Starmer says a sentence that contains absolutely no substance or meaning whatsoever, you will die. So I can't actually make that the game. This is what I believe is such a fantastic first sentence when you know that he's going to say exactly nothing. So he's been given 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pages. It's a 3-page essay. We're going to be reading a 3-page essay. I hope everyone's ready. I hope everyone's hydrated, had their meds, maybe have a little stretch before this one, because this is, we're going to find out what Keir Starmer believes. We're finally going to find out what Keir Starmer believes in! Hooray! Everyone's been asking it for such a long time. Oh, yay. Why we need a new mission-driven politics to renew Britain and fire people's sense of ambition. Yay! This is gonna be fucking good. Okay. Okay. There's a weird little political cartoon. I'll actually read you first. They've just put a little political cartoon down here, right? And it's got a man there on a date with a woman. So, you know, there's some gender here. The man has a plate with a pizza on it that has 3/4 of a whole pizza. And the woman has a plate with only 1/4 of a pizza on it. And she's looking quite sad. And the man is pointing at himself and saying, while you were fighting for an equal number of slices, I was lobbying to deregulate their size. I think it might be an ongoing theme when we read the rest of this article, that knowing how mechanisms of politics work and actually having a political vision are not the same thing. Okay. I hate being in opposition. Excellent first paragraph, Keith. You've knocked it out of the goddamn ballpark already. Okay. I hate being in opposition. Full first paragraph. 5-sentence paragraph. I love it. I can see what needs changing with ever greater. I can see what needs changing with ever greater clarity, but have little agency to do anything about it. It has never been my style to talk about problems without rolling up my sleeves and starting to sort them out. There is just one very small silver lining. More time to listen to people, reflect deeply on where the country needs to go, and prepare for real change. In my job, I have the privilege of speaking to people from all walks of life, and so much of what they tell me does not fit into a neat policy category. Instead, it amounts to something both more elusive and in many ways more important. It is about a country that has lost something precious, its sense of ambition. Look, I'll be real with you, Keith. The last time Britain had a sense of ambition, it was bad. It was a bad thing. It was bad for Britain. It was bad for the rest of the world. We don't need it back. We can have stable healthcare and security, job security, food security. We don't need ambition. I think Britain should be banned from having ambition for the rest of time, if possible. We used to be a nation that reveled in our ability to punch above our weight. No longer. Underlying all the chaos of the last few years, what has emerged is a conservative party that doesn't believe we can succeed anymore. Muddling through is a way of life that is so ingrained for them, they can't break free. Okay, we are now 4 paragraphs in, and he has said nothing. Strong so far. It's clear why he needed the 3 pages. He's just slow to get going. I'm sure he will say lots once he actually gets there. I call it sticking plaster politics. Because neoliberals love inventing new terms that aren't new, are based on pre-existing idioms, and still say nothing about anything. Sticking plaster politics because there is always a short-term fix, but never a long-term cure. The long-term cure is communism, Keith. Every winter there is an NHS crisis. Every year a quick fix, momentary relief, and then the next winter the same thing. And repeat. Lurching from crisis to crisis makes too many citizens feel vulnerable and out of control. Life too precarious to be enjoyable. Many people believe, rightly, that they deserve better. They have been loyal to the country, tightened their belt when the economy was in trouble, made sacrifices during the pandemic, tried to cope when energy prices soared, and yet that loyalty has not been returned. Their sense of ambition is not matched by the government. They don't believe Britain is run for the benefit of those who work incredibly hard each day to keep the show on the road. In truth, too often, they feel invisible in their own country. Oh boy. So, we've still said nothing. We've still said absolutely nothing. But also, they've been loyal to the country, tightened their belt when the economy was in trouble, made sacrifices during the pandemic, tried to cope when energy prices soared, naturalizes all of the issues. So while you are trying to claim that short-term solutions will not be enough and we need to make deeper changes, which I know is not actually what Starmer wants here at all, deeper changes, right? Because the long-term solutions and deeper changes, again, would be socialist in nature if we were going to implement them. Fuck's sake. he's naturalizing the problems. He's saying they tightened their belts when the economy was in trouble, as if austerity is actually a way to get through economic trouble, right? Like, higher taxes on the highest earners and on businesses would actually help in a long-term sense with inflation far more than austerity policies would, right? And austerity is just there to punish the poor. It barely even correlates to any sense of like the country needing to tighten its belt or any shit like this. But he is here saying they tightened their belt when the economy was in trouble, as if that was a thing that people did to help the economy, and as if it had that effect on the economy, because actually people not spending money doesn't help when the economy is in trouble. People need to spend more money, but if they don't have that money, they can't spend it, right? We're going to be getting to this in a minute, but Starmer's Labour has completely divorced from the unions, and a ton of what he is trying to claim to be about in this article, it would be incredibly well served by having a union-friendly policy environment and being extremely pro-union, and he's not gonna fucking do that, is he? I also find his pulling away from the unions and vice versa, the unions pulling away from him because they know what kind of fucking snake he is, really fascinating in the realm of like the Starmer defender brain, where someone basically says he needs to court votes of reactionaries. He needs to get the votes that would usually go to the Tories in order to get in. And it's like, the votes that would usually go to the Tories would, like, that we're talking about here, this imaginary reactionary working class, which is also just a Tory myth. Like, reactionary ideas, bigoted beliefs don't come from the working class, they come from the ruling class and are implemented through the media, right? The working class are indoctrinated in these ideas in order to divide them. They're not actually like inherently and implicitly reactionary, and when you offer them things that will benefit their own lives, they like those better than reactionary ideas, is the thing. But all of that is actually moot, because that would be the regular conversation for Starmer supporters. When it comes to the unions, those people aren't actually anti-union, right? So divorcing the Labour Party from the unions isn't a PR move. It is reflective of his ideology and his actual economic political beliefs. I.e. that he is a horrible neoliberal ghoul. This government and Rishi Sunak seem determined to embody that Michelangelo quote. Oh, God. The greater danger for most of us lies not in setting our aim too high and falling short, but in setting our aim too low and achieving our mark. It is becoming clear that in this... What the fuck? Hang on a second. No, hang on hang on. No. This government and Rishi Sunak seem determined to embody that Michelangelo quote. The greater danger for most of us lies in not in setting our aim too high and falling short, but setting our aim too low and achieving our mark. No! What are you talking about? What? Rishi Sunak's policies reflect not having enough ambition? Is that the problem, Keith? They reflect not having enough ambition? It couldn't possibly be that there is a very obvious and easily describable conspiracy and collusion of the ruling class to fuck the poor into perpetuity? It couldn't possibly be that there's a ruling class who are determined to drain every last drop of blood out of your living, working body. Right? It couldn't possibly be that. No, they're just not ambitious enough. They're not working you hard enough. Fucking hell. What a creep. Jesus Christ. It is becoming clear that in this complex world, sticking plaster politics is the enemy of progress. Problems fester and Britain keeps missing vital opportunities to shape a better future. Okay, so if anyone, when I read out the title on the cover of Why Britain Will Only Succeed If We Take on the Enemies of Progress, if anyone had in their bingo card for who the enemies of progress are, sticking plaster politics, congratulations, you've won a Mini Cooper. DM me to collect your prize. The enemies of progress. Oh, God. You know, in a very real sense, people who only propose short-term solutions and only propose small reforms rather than tackling the deeper systemic issues are the enemies of progress. So he might be onto something there, actually.
I'm getting a real lack of ambition from what's being said here.
You know what I'm getting? You know what it's giving me? Quiet bat people.
Oh, that's all I can ever think when I hear anything from Keir Starmer.
It's thoroughly quiet bat people, right?
I'm just
sticking plaster politics.
I will listen to Keir Starmer speak for like 2 minutes, and in my head, ringing around like a bell is quiet bat people, quiet bat people, quiet bat people.
You know that the only
Alarm clock Britain.
The only thing he's cared about for like the last 20 years of politics is like whether or not Malcolm Tucker will yell at him.
Uh-huh.
And so his entire political worldview is shaped by that.
Tucker.
We got bad press today, so Tucker's coming in to give you a bollocking.
Yeah.
Oh no, not again! Ah! Tell him I'm out to lunch!
Literally, Alistair Campbell is literally spanking him into his office and giving him
And
a bollocking.
spanking.
Yeah.
Spanking him.
Yeah.
Until he's as red as his face. Fucking hell. Okay, Okay, I'm pausing before the next paragraph because it's going to make you all completely piss yourselves, but, Nat was going to go back to listening to her thing, but she's turned around in her chair now. But I just want to... No, you're going to be so mad. You're going to be actually so angry. You're going to be so angry. You're going to be so angry. What was I going to say? No, I've gotten distracted by the next paragraph now. This is so annoying. I wanted to say about how this links to what I was saying just a second ago about the comprehensive media environment of liberals, right? What I was saying before about how easy it was for TERFs to capture the comprehensive media environment for liberals, right? Very much the same thing with Starmer. His entire world is defined by journalists. His entire world is defined by publications like this and what they think of him. And so it has nothing to do with the broader public and actually winning their approval and therefore winning elections, which in electoral politics is supposed to be the whole game, right? Right? It's supposed to be the whole fucking game. And so, like, you have shit like this, the New Statesman. The reason it's called the New Statesman is that it positions itself as this sort of meta-analysis, this almost like meta-politics where if the right-wing rags are proposing beheading immigrants in the town square and running transgenders into the sea, and The Guardian is talking about how we need more wind farms, right? Those are representations of policies, beliefs, and political tendencies on the center-right and center-left. I'm being deliberately coy by calling anything center about Britain or anything left about Britain here. But, like, things like the New Statesman are deliberately positioning themselves. I mean, by calling themselves the New Statesman, they're saying, if you read this, you are involved in the levers of power, right? You have something to say about this stuff that really matters, right? And so that's why it gets down to this meta-politics, right? Where rather than claiming to just represent a viewpoint on the world, they are talking to people who should act as representatives of people with viewpoints, right? Do you see what I'm saying? So it's like there's the general public. Okay. And then within the general public, there's meant to be voter blocks. This is the idea of electoral politics. You band together and you say, we as a group will vote for a party who approves this policy, right? Or this set of policies broadly. We have affinity for these sets of beliefs. We agree on these issues. Aha, here's our party and that represents us. But already we've made a mistake, because the voter block idea actually exists above the population. It's not blocks of the population who've self-organized in a democratic process. It's already a PMC elite political faction who've come in and said, here are your possible menus, your set menus of policies, right? And that's how electoral politics actually functions, right? And then on top of that, you have the actual, like, party brands, right? So you have you have think tanks who are devising like sets of policies that these parties can then choose from according to which like demographics they'll bring in to be their voter base. And then above that still, you have Westminster, and you have this kind of metapolitics where people engage in the analysis of the analysis of the analysis of the analysis of what the population wants, rather than just making society more democratic so you don't need to do any of this fucking shit. Okay, next paragraph. I hope you all have emptied your mouths. When I was asked the other day, what is a Labour leader doing mixing with the financial elite in Davos? I replied, vital repair work. I was still trying to persuade investors that Britain was still open for business despite the carnage of the reckless budgets of 2022. The world is changing rapidly, and our competitors are at the starting line while we are still in the changing room tying our laces.
Oh, shut up. He's got a tally for
the article is 3 pages long, and we are here.
This man has like a tally as he writes this, probably with help from somebody else, for how many sports references he can fit in. Tying this.
How was work today, darling?
It was great. I came off as really normal. I used 4 football metaphors. I'm thinking about talking about the wicket. Oh, is that a thing?
Seems like we're in a bit of a sticky wicket.
Fuck. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. When I meet business leaders, those wanting to invest in Britain, the message is the same. America is forging ahead. Their Inflation Reduction Act is a call to the world to invest in the United States. Europe is about to follow. And Britain? Ford is cutting jobs. AstraZeneca is setting up factories in Ireland rather than Britain. Investment is going elsewhere. Yet, none of this is inevitable. Well, for one thing, the factories in Ireland rather than Britain is because Ireland is a better tax haven than Britain. So if he's... I say again, being familiar with the mechanisms by which politics currently work in the real world is not the same as actually having a vision, right? So if he's going to use technocratic politics to solve that problem in specific, how he's going to solve it is by making Britain a more appealing tax haven than Ireland. Yay! You see the difference between like having principles that then inform your beliefs, that then inform what you bring to the mechanisms of government and how you actually try to shape the world, versus understanding the mechanisms of government and then looking at the specific problems as you see them and then using the mechanisms of government as they currently exist to try to solve those problems. It's almost like you're looking too much in the short term. It's like if you imagine there was a wound, right, and it was a really deep wound. This is an idea I've just come up with. It's like if there was a wound and it was really bad and it was like killing a person's physical body. And then rather than like rushing them to the hospital for a comprehensive medical treatment, instead you just gave them a little kiss better, like you're their mummy. It's what I call mummy kiss politics. Anyway, most would agree that the people who have broken something are rarely the best people to fix it, and I don't believe the current government is capable of providing the leadership Britain requires. Most would agree that the people who've broken something are not the best people to fix it, and neoliberals are not the people to fix Britain. Keith! Sorry, I'm done, I'm calming down, I'm bringing the tone back down, I'm calm, I'm gonna carry on. Yet it would be tempting to believe changing the governing party would be enough. Oh. Based Starmer. Okay, let's get real now. Trotskyite chat Starmer about to foment eternal revolution instead. Okay. It would be tempting to believe that changing the governing party would be enough. It's what a leader of the opposition is meant to say. Vote for us and all will be fine. And don't get me wrong, a period of good government in which the basics are done well, the economy is not trashed, people can get a GP appointment, our rivers are not awash with raw sewage, would be a welcome start. Yeah, it would be nice if our rivers weren't full of raw sewage. You're right, Keith. I love when liberal ghoul politicians offer the barest minimum and are like, I could fix it. I could do that. I'm the politics Chad. I would empty all the raw sewage out of the rivers.
Are you ready for some ambitious politics
Yeah.
now? Are you ready for Keir Starmer's ambitious vision?
But truthfully, I don't believe it would be enough. There needs to be more fundamental change. Here we go. Chairman Keith, let's go. This is why, with that aim firmly in mind, the next Labour government will be mission-driven. For us, that is a profound statement of intent. In a political world filled with what can seem like glib slogans, it is hard...
Ah! Quiet back, people. Quiet back, people. Quiet back, people. Quiet back, people. Quiet back,
God.
people.
This is killing me. It's hard to make the case for why a particular word or phrase should be invested with real meaning, but I want to try to do just that for mission-driven government. He's
like, it's full of... Politics is full of glib phrases, so I'm going to appeal to you to understand why my glib phrase is actually a good one.
Can I also just point out from a marketing perspective, you like to repeat the same exact words over and over again so that people get used to them, so that people feel confident in them, so that people want to get behind that brand. So... mission-driven politics... Government will be mission-driven. Mm-hmm. I will do just that for, quote, mission-driven government. He's fucked it. He's literally fucked it he's fallen at the first hurdle of trying to get people invested.
He can't even repeat the same words right.
He can't even repeat the same words right. There is research and lived experience both in this country and others about how mission-driven government can make a real difference. Academics such as Mariana...
Does it matter what the missions are? Does it even matter what the missions are? Shut up!
Well...
Quiet back, people.
Baby, he has 5 missions on the next page.
5 of them.
It's 5. 5!
I'm getting too ambitious.
5 missions! Academics such as Mariana Mazzucato have described how mission-driven government can drive real change, shape new markets... make the state more entrepreneurial... build movements. The Social Democrats, SDP in Germany, have used missions to focus the government's agenda. I'm gonna calm down. I'm gonna calm down is the thing I'm gonna do. You know what's painful? You know what sucks? You know what hurts? You know what stings? If we were only going from a hyper-technocratic position and listening to what experts say about how to help the economy. You know that thing that's definitely real, the economy, that thing you can hold in your hand and see in front of you and touch and smell and kiss. The economy. If we wanted to help the economy... policies like Jeremy Corbyn's, such as making public transport free for under 25s, and introducing a national food service to make sure that no one goes hungry, would help the economy so much more than anything I am about to describe. Socialists are constantly put in the position of having to save capitalism from within. And having to save capitalism from itself. Only, in Britain... socialists are so beyond the boogeyman, so beyond scary and dangerous and the worst, most unimaginable thing, that there is no salvation. There is no salvation within British electoral politics whatsoever because there was one sock dem for a minute. For a minute there was one sock dem. And he was thinking about changing things this much. And the right wing of his own party sabotaged him through fucking disgusting snake rat fuck waste man behavior. And when I say the right wing of the party, I mean the wing of the party that Keith is in. Okay. I'm calm now. I'm calm. I've calmed down. I promise. Indeed, we have seen the benefits of missions before. Oh! Okay, I'm calm. I promise I'm calm. After the Second World War, when Clement Attlee... Ah! Okay, it's just that Clement Attlee was actually a socialist was the thing. So, when Clement Attlee's government built the NHS and welfare state... Fuck! Sorry, you just... I'm gonna breathe.
I just wanted to point out that there were a lot more quiet black people around during the Second World War, and that's why that stuff happened.
Yeah, we have actually seen mission-driven government before. Yeah. World War II, Nazi Germany. Indeed, we have seen the benefits of missions before. After the Second World War, Clement Attlee's government built the NHS and welfare state. New Labour's commitment to end child poverty is another good example. Did they end child poverty? Well, their commitment's another good example. Anyway, a mission that required a commitment driven from the heart of government, it brought in all different departments and organizations and united people around a cause. The result, 1 million children lifted out of poverty. Real, tangible change that wouldn't have happened without that mission-driven approach. More recently, the COVID vaccine was driven by an urgent partnership between the state, business, and universities. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. You remember when they developed the COVID vaccine at Oxford University? And then businessman Bill Gates told them to privatize the patent for the vaccine to stop India from getting it? Because he believed the Indian people were too dirty? No, that's not the one. Brown? No, that's not it. Filthy? No. Backwards? No, hang on. Stupid to make their own safely, even though the majority of vaccines are actually produced in India and China worldwide. Yeah, that was a really good example. The COVID vaccine is a really good example of public-private partnerships and how they've saved the world. The handling of the pandemic is a really good example of how public-private partnerships make everyone safer. Fuck. This article is not doing good things for my blood pressure. 1 million children lifted out of poverty. Well done, Tony Blair. You are, once again, Margaret Thatcher's greatest achievement, and you should be in a jail cell. So to be clear, the word mission is not just another word for promise or pledge. The offer we make to voters on the doorstep will flow from these ambitious goals. Cool. When Labour canvassers come to my door, I will ask them to look me in the eyes and tell me that their party cares about trans people and will not continue our extermination. And I would like people who call themselves allies to trans people, cis people who are watching, if you think you're an ally to trans people, I'd like you to do the same, please. Thank you. Missions have the potential to galvanize all parts of government and civil society and provide focus. That means the missions need to be real and the missions need to be real. That is one thing.
My missions are real t-shirt has people asking a lot of questions that should be answered by the shirt.
The missions should be real.
Keir Starmer's there saying, please, believe me, the missions are real. This time they're real. That's why I worked really hard on coming up with some real missions.
Oh, ma'am, do you have 5 minutes to talk about the Labour Party? Oh, we have missions. Oh, the missions are real. No, they are real. Why did I say that? No, because they're real. They are. They're real missions. Please vote for Labour.
Our missions are real.
Labour, our missions are real. Fuck, man. Fuck. That means the missions need to be real and rooted in people's lives. In each case, a North Star to keep our eyes on the prize, to prevent the demands of the day-to-day from taking over, or the endless dramas of Westminster politics from distracting us. Hooey.
You're so right about the level of meta politics that's
Yes.
unique to this paper.
Yes.
Because this isn't here to convince voters.
No.
This is here to convince people who are invested in
Journos, business leaders, and other politicians.
Right. So he's extolling the virtues of how they've put together their platform, their campaign platform here to the press, basically, and to managers and shit, and not to voters.
I find endless dramas of Westminster politics from distracting us to be I don't want to say insidious. I want to say more it's representative of a larger part of Starmer's now I can't say mission anymore. Brand, right?
Yeah. Serious pragmatist.
They made politics boring again, and now they can get away with anything.
Yeah. Forensic. Managerial.
You understand what I'm saying? Right? Corbyn made politics exciting for young people.
Which means it must be a lie.
And that made young people excited at the possibility that things could really change. That things could change on a fundamental level. That we could make deeper changes that were not just short-term solutions to short-term problems.
Mm-hmm.
But by making politics boring, they drive young people away from caring about electoral politics, or else massively depress young people, make young people understand that there is no voice in electoral politics that speaks for them whatsoever. Now, they think that by making politics boring, young people will simply switch off, go play video games, not give a fuck, jack off and eat Deliveroo, and never have another political thought for the rest of their lives. The actual fact is, young people have become a subaltern class in the UK, right? Because we have had a massive political awakening. Thanks to Blair, education, and the frankly, the biggest moment of neoliberal foot shooting in history, young people have been put through higher education, which is much more likely to give them a left-leaning set of values than previous generations, and then pumped into a job market where degrees are massively oversaturated and therefore worthless, and there aren't any jobs to begin with. So the material conditions for young people are utter dog shit, even before you get to the financial crash, the pandemic, the other financial crash, the threat of fucking war, the shortages caused by the Ukraine war, right? All of these things, right? Even if things weren't hard for everyone, things are especially hard for young people. And they've been put through a system that's told them they deserve a lot more, that change is extremely possible, and then it's been yanked out from under them. And then all of these fucking papers, right, vary between, again, right, the right-wing rags, which are just young people are dangerous and degenerate and they're all transgender and they all believe in these ideologies that you can't understand, and people saying, I'm not for you. I'm going to make things boring again, go back to sleep. This is how young people become a subaltern class in the UK. Okay. Each mission will focus on a long-term problem and apply a long-term plan. Our missions will tackle complex problems that have no magic bullet solutions. I have to feel that some level of that is deliberately mirroring Magic Money Tree.
Yep.
and need many players and agencies, national and local, working on them. They will be common causes to which many people will want to contribute. And, importantly, the missions will have measurable outcomes, ambitious but attainable goals that go beyond the incremental. They will require a huge effort and urgency to succeed, and they will start with tangible first steps that deal with the immediate crises, the cost of living, the NHS, to restore people's sense of security. So the cost of living crisis, which is most directly driven by soaring energy prices, can pretty much only be solved by nationalizing the energy. Like, from a near mathematical certainty point of view, nationalizing the energy, that's the thing that would do that. That's the thing that would sort out, that would get Britain out of the current situation it is, the cost of living crisis and the energy prices. While the evidence suggests this approach works and promises much, again, this approach is stating you have goals and focusing on them.
The evidence suggests.
Missions. The missions are real. You know the missions are real, right?
I've heard they are.
Can I show people what you're working on there?
Yeah.
So, folks, this here. You see this? I love my wife. Let me explain. So what's happened here is that earlier in the week, we bought a small packet of vegan Baby Bell because we are lefty liberal soy cucks, and
they're not very good.
They taste like margarine. Yeah, they're bad. And rather than the red packet that the Baby Bells come in, the red little wax around the little cheese wheel, they come in a green one because they're vegan, right? And Nat's done what she does always with Baby Bells, with the wax from around the Baby Bell. And and she shaped it into she squished it with her fingers to shape it into a fun little object to play with. This is a current project, and we might check in at the back at the end of the stream to see if she's done something interesting with this. Can I have that one again? Just 1 second. And here's one I made earlier. Okay, well, you can have these back now.
Thank you.
I love my wife, that's all.
It's good to be appreciated.
Will Keir Starmer take a stand and tell the nation he loves his wife? I think not. It would be too divisive. Too many British men would not be able to relate.
You can't just go telling people you love your wife. That raises the bar for all of us. Shut up, man.
That's too ambitious. Okay. Okay. While the evidence suggests this approach, missions, real, works and promises much, it has not been tried as the overall governing philosophy of a nation before. Again, citation needed, but I would actually say there have been examples of nations that had really clear missions that they focused on dogmatically. And the one that comes to mind again is Nazi Germany. The overall governing philosophy of a nation before, it's just like, you're promising to just do politics harder.
Yeah,
you're promising to just like do politics, but more politics.
Having goals, having smart goals that you learn in school, you know, measurable, repeatable, testable, whatever, is not a philosophy.
Yes.
Actually.
No. But since Keir Starmer is so into governing philosophy, I would like his extensive thoughts on Hobbes's Leviathan. I would really actually love to hear what he has to say. Too often it has been used only to see off evils, and not often enough to seize opportunities.
Why is that?
To see off evils. I have to assume, again, he's referring to Attlee creating the NHS and welfare state. like to stop Britain from falling apart after the Second World War. You know, seeing off evils with the missions.
No, he's saying that those missions were, you know, positive. Like, people...
Of course they're positive, but are they not? They're just seeing off evils, right?
I think he's talking about, like, the idea of the sticking plaster politics versus looking into the future and like, making real change, right?
I'm still not sure I grasp his sticking plaster politics thing. I just don't, like... It's kind of complicated political theory, and I wish the politicians would stop, like, using all this jargon. Like, I get that, like, a lot of them have like, fancy law degrees or, like, did political science, but I didn't, you know? And I'm just a simple working... I just, you know, why can't he speak in plain English? Like my mummy kiss politics analogy, you know? I just think that people need to be spoken to in language they understand. They will stop the hang on, I've lost it. See off evils not often enough to seize opportunities. That is why missions will be at the heart of the Labour Party manifesto, and if Labour wins the next election, we will become Britain's first mission-driven government.
What?
The missions, by the way, if you're wondering, will be real. If you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. I am doing my job right now, and I like when I get paid for my job, so you can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip. If you have a Prime account, you can link your Prime account to your Twitch account. You can give me a free subscription. It doesn't cost you any money. It gives me real money. It's very cool, but I most of all would appreciate if you tipped. We don't have the donation bar up because of technical issues today, but it would be, you know. Okay. We are nearly, by the way, I wanted to show you all this. We are these headers there, those are the 5 missions. So we're nearly actually at the missions, and we will hear about the missions. They are real. The missions are real. We're getting there.
So much text about the concept of missions. About the concept of having
you know,
a goal
he could have just busted out the gate with this. You know, he could have just been like, here are my missions, and we all would have understood. Instead, he has spent nearly 2 full pages explaining the concept of missions.
Because he has to make sure you understand this is something new. This is really something that sets him apart. Quiet bat people. Quiet bat people, quiet bat people, quiet bat people.
Keir Starmer's approach to politics can only be delivered in this position. Hey, champ. I have some missions. Do you want to hear about them? They're real. They're real missions. Why do we need 2 pages to understand the concept of missions?
I bet nobody's ever given you a mission before.
Oh my god. Well, in keeping with the theme of missions, I will burn this after reading. Anyway, Britain's first mission-driven government. Importantly, missions will also serve as... I hate the word missions now. Missions will also serve as a decision-making tool, making clear what is mission-critical and what isn't.
Oh, God!
They will stop the chopping and changing we have seen in recent years. Businesses and families will be able to plan ahead with greater certainty.
I'm so excited for when he has to go back on his mission statements. Like, when he has to, like, about turn because they're just not working or they're not exciting enough. And just, like...
Someone in chat, Base Junkies, just said to me making that pose, is anyone making tea? If so, I'd like some. The tea goblin. Nat's not remembering. I'm sorry, chat. You've all done a better job of remembering this bit. The tea goblin.
What's the tea goblin?
The guy who I used to work with.
Oh, yeah! Oh, God. Yep. That is a funny reference.
I understood that reference.
I understood it and enjoyed it.
I clapped when I saw it. Okay. Here, then, are Labour's 5 missions. No, I actually do have something to say about what we just read. They will stop the chopping and changing we've seen in recent years. Okay. In recent years, we have had... Let's follow this one through, okay? Cameron and Clegg together, which was based really on Clegg's successes of promising free education, which he then went back on, right? So extremely illegitimate in electoral terms, right?
Brown was
Cameron,
elected as
who
well.
won again, You know what? I'm going to back up another step.
Yeah.
We got Brown, who came in because he was Chancellor, not because he won any election. We got Cameron and Clegg, the two-headed shithead, that went back on the one promise that made it so they had a government. Entirely illegitimate. We got Cameron again, because he was the incumbent more than any other reason. We got Theresa May. Without an election, then she was already the incumbent, so of course she was going to win. Oh, and check it out. Wouldn't you believe that? Fucking Jeremy Corbyn was sabotaged by the right wing of the Labour Party. So it's like, almost like that was an illegitimate election. We had Boris after May. Right? And then Boris... Boris, unelected, and then won the election by being the incumbent against someone that the media had spent years and years character assassinating, who'd already lost an election due to sabotage, and also Brexit was way overdue, and people believed that Boris, as the Brexit man, would do a better job than Jeremy Corbyn. So, again, illegitimate. We got fucking, what the fuck is her name? Liz Truss. We got Liz Truss for 44 days. She did not stay in office long enough to have an election. And then we got Rishi Sunak, who not only didn't have a general election, didn't have a party election. There wasn't even a Tory leadership election for Rishi Sunak, because Rishi fucking Sunak, all the other candidates just dropped out, so he became Prime Minister by default. That's Brown, Cameron... Brown, Cameron, May, Boris, Truss, Sunak. 6 unelected prime ministers in a row. Not one legitimate, straightforwardly fucking elected based on promises that people liked that they then followed through with prime minister. So when you're saying this will stop the chopping and changing we've seen in recent years, no. The thing that would stop the chopping and changing we've seen in recent years, while, yes, would be done by having a mission-driven government who would follow through on their promises, the main thing would be having a prime minister for more than 10 fucking minutes, right? He's making an implicit promise to be scandal-free. I mean, he's made an explicit promise by saying endless dramas, stopping, the endless dramas of Westminster politics from distracting us, right? Yeah. He's made the explicit promise there earlier in the article, but he's making an implicit promise here to be as boring as possible and therefore not get pushed out. Only he's going to be handed a hot potato. Governing Britain is a hot potato, and he's going to be handed this fucking hot potato, and he's like, I'll definitely hold onto it long enough for the potato to cool off a bit. Definitely. I know I can. I'm a diamond hands. Anyway, here then are Labour's 5 missions. As I said in my speech on 23rd of February, 2 of them have already have measurable goals. Measurable. See how you just brought up SMART goals? In the thing you learn about in school?
Only 2?
And it's like,
is that something to
what's
be
S?
proud
Do you remember what S is?
Sensible.
Sensible, measurable, achievable.
Yeah.
R and T. I can't remember. The point is, he is literally using middle school shit to try to run the country. It's fantastic.
As if it's impressive. As if the basic concept of setting a goal and working towards it is impressive.
I'm still not sure I understand it. I'm just not a fancy political brain enough.
I think your mummy kiss politics really kind of explains all of it.
I just think for too long we've been using this mummy kiss politics where we just get our mummy to come and kiss the injury better, and we need daddy politics,
right, exactly.
where we decide that we're going to build the shed in the garden and we actually do it, and we get really drunk and then we yell. Here then are Labour's 5 missions. As I said in my speech on 23rd of February, 2 of them... 23rd of February was 13 days after Brianna Jai was found dead. Sorry to bring the mood down for a second, but it's just Keir Starmer talking about having an appearance in public where he wasn't hounded for conceding to transphobes in a climate that has led to the death of a child. I think that he should be hounded every public appearance he makes until Labour changes their attitude towards transphobia and makes it unacceptable. Okay, back to fun time now. There are no real issues. The only things that are real are Keir Starmer's missions. We will set the goals for the other three in the coming months. Each represents a big problem that needs fixing, one that has been ducked for too long. At the same time, each is a cause that is worth fighting for. The next big progressive step for the country. So he's used progress on the cover of the magazine, and now he's saying these are progressive steps. So we're going to be evaluating these as progressive policies at the same time.
So am I getting this right? That he's spent all this time extolling the virtues and uniqueness of mission-oriented campaigning and government.
Yes.
But that he actually doesn't have goals for 3 of the 5 missions that he's stated. But they are real. They are real missions. They're not just words. They're not just statements. But he actually doesn't have goals for 3 of 5 of them. Is that what he's saying right there, right after spending all of this time talking about missions and what that means and why that's good and why they should be doing them?
Yep.
Am I... How?
Yeah.
How can that be possible? This is turning your homework in, like, half finished. This is like... We will have missions, is what he's saying. We will have missions. What? We will have missions and the Quiet Bat people will love it, I promise. Like, what?
Has anyone noticed how much Keir Starmer looks like Rimmer from Red Dwarf? Lorcan's in chat. Lorcan, you must have noticed this, how much Keir Starmer looks like Rimmer from Red Dwarf. Because I just turned the page over there to write a letter grade on Keir Starmer's forehead ahead of doing this. And as soon as I wrote the letter on his head, I was like, oh fuck, he looks just like Rimmer from Red... Okay. Let's... Okay. Let's read about the missions. It's time for the missions. Are we all excited about the missions? Yay! Okay.
But
1.
only 2 of them have goals. How can you have a mission without a goal? You can't. He just said how important the goals are.
KTCat1993 saying thank you so much for gifting 5 tier 1 subs to the community. Brian C84 unwanted orchid. That's better than an unwanted orky. Gart Nerduli, Hollis Sheep, and Thasmadar, you now all have tier 1 subscriptions to Sophie from Mars. You will have access to cool and fun emotes like CIA Femboy and MILF Pills, and if you use them in other chats, you're gonna have lots of people going, did you just see that? They're gonna turn to their friends like this. Hey, did you just see that? That's a Sophie from Mars emote.
Oh.
Yeah. Mission 1. What's this deleted comment? Are red brownists allowed to even read New Statesman? Am I the red brownist? Cool. What the fuck are you talking about? Get a life. 1. Secure the highest stained... Fuck. 1. It would help if I knew how to read. That would help. It would help if I could read. 1. Secure the highest sustained growth in the G7. So the G7 includes America, right? Okay, so Keir Starmer wants to have the most powerful economy in the world. So the first mission from its title, from how it's been set out, is to have the strongest economy in the world.
I would say it's not a good mission if your success depends on other countries' failure, for a start.
I mean but that's an underlying problem with the global capitalist market
as a
politics.
thing,
Yeah, I mean, and we can't get into that because that would be
red brownism.
that would be too deep a change.
Yeah.
And we care about long term, but not too long term changes. Secure the highest sustained growth in the G7. I love this. I love that his first goal, entirely reasonable, measurable, achievable, tenacious. I don't know what the T is for. Anyway, is just have the best economy in the world.
Get really rich.
It's like a 12-year-old being like, here's how I'm going to help my mum. Step 1, make $1 billion. Okay. Mission 1, secure the... Mission 1. Mission 1. Whoa! Nat made a seahorse. She made a seahorse, look. Look at that. That's better than anything Keir Starmer's done.
I agree.
And that's real.
Yeah, a quiet bat person made this.
Are you the quiet bat person? You're a quiet bunny person. Okay. Mission number 1, have the strongest economy in the entire world. There have been good intentions, but no one has had the courage to properly push power from Westminster to all parts of the country. Imagine what would happen if we fired up the engines of growth everywhere. No town or city left behind. For the left, it's simply not enough to believe that all will be well if one part of the country prospers, as long as we redistribute the fruits of growth. Our aim
does not understand how capitalism works.
Our aim must be growth everywhere. That is why our strategy for sustained growth involves some important shifts in approach, providing certainty and stability, not chaos and short-term fixes, seizing new opportunities, not letting Britain fall behind in the global race. Okay, you already used the race metaphor, Keith? You already used it and you already said we are behind. So what the fuck are you doing saying we can't let Britain fall behind when you already said we're in the changing room tying our shoelaces while everyone else is at the starting line? What the fuck is wrong with you, Keith? You fucked it. You completely fucked it, Keith.
I guess he means continue to fall behind.
Anyway, mission 1. Make Britain the most powerful economy in the world. You know it's on screen. You know the subtle little gesture you're doing for getting the vape? It's actually right there. It's on screen. You were doing it down low to try and get it off camera, but you did it in exactly the negative space where they would see. Literally, if you'd done it right by your face, it's entirely... Yeah, Okay. There you go.
No one here knows I'm a fiend.
No one here knows I vape. Who let that cloud in here? Okay. So mission 1, make Britain the most powerful economy in the entire world. Rule the universe, take over Mars. Cool, very good. That is why our strategy for sustained growth involves some important shifts in approach, providing certainty and stability, not chaos and short-term fixes. No. No mummy kiss politics for Keith. Sir Keith, I'm very sorry. Seizing new opportunities, not letting Britain fall behind in the global race, giving working people skills and opportunities, not leaving potential untapped. Building a resilient trading economy, not a weak economy exposed to global shocks. That is the route to higher living standards, thriving high streets and better public services. So what's incredible about Keith? Here's his incredible real talent. His missions are real. You have to remember that. He can actually talk about a topic where he's actually stated that there is a topic that is being focused on here, right? And when you've read 2 pages already of his utter nonsense that says nothing, you're thinking, finally, we've gotten to a topic. We're talking about the economy. He's gonna say something to do with the economy.
He's gonna say something.
And then he says nothing. Just nothing of substance. Just nothing. If Keir Starmer's writing had a nutritional value label on it, it would just have a big 0. It wouldn't even label the categories protein, fat, salt. It would just say 0. You would just look on the back of this, right? You would look at your Keith.
It would be an artificially
and then
sweetened
you turn it
jelly.
over and it would just say 0. There is nothing in this.
An unflavoured, artificially sweetened jelly.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. It's like the bit in Simpsons where the hose freezes and Flanders says, oh, a free popsicle. And in my favourite flavour, plain. Giving working people skills and opportunities, not leaving potential untapped. So I guess he supposes that currently they are not giving working people skills and opportunities, and they are leaving potential untapped. Okay. There is, in fact, a claim of some kind in his writing. I retract my previous statement. He has said something here. He has said that currently working people have no skills.
Well, he's very aspirational like that.
Okay. So, Mission 1 was very ambitious. It was aiming at making Britain an economic superpower, the likes of which the world has never seen, because Britain, as a tiny little island with a population of like a fifth of America's, he is proposing is somehow going to be have better sustained growth than America. He is proposing making Britain the #1 economic superpower. That was very ambitious. Good job, Keith. Maybe a little too ambitious, though. So I don't know if I can handle if Keith is going to go and be even more ambitious in the next goal. So let me take a big sip of my imaginary coffee and have a read of mission number 2. Make Britain a clean energy superpower. Oh, Sir Keir Starmer. Oh, goodness gracious me. There is no greater cause for our generation than to make our world safer for the next. Britain has a real chance of leading the world in clean power. 0 carbon electricity by 2030 on the way to net zero. What a statement that would be about Britain. And it would give people cheaper bills, create more jobs, and provide a vital lifeline to parts of the country still reeling from the deindustrialization of the past. Full stop. End of paragraph. That much is the full length of that mission.
Wow.
That is all he has written about that mission.
Wow.
It's exactly this long.
Is he going to achieve that with his
That was the last mission.
private partnership
This is this mission.
with a green energy company competitor?
Okay, let's just talk for a second about deindustrialization. Because he's used the word deindustrialization there, so we have to assume that he knows what it means. So deindustrialization is a process that capitalist countries have labeled as part of the development pathway of capitalism. When capitalist politicians refer to countries as developing, right, and therefore imply that they have not developed, they are talking about a development pathway they believe in, and one of the steps of development is industrialization. The next, more advanced, more developed stage after that is called deindustrialization. Now,
Logical, efficient.
Now, you're getting ahead of us. You're getting ahead. Now, firstly, how Keir is using the word deindustrialization here, saying reeling from the deindustrialization of the past, is mislabeling the causes of Britain reeling. He is suggesting that it was the process of deindustrialization that left Britain reeling. But actually, a capitalist economist, right, some policy lanyard wonk necktie would disagree with him here. They would say, hang on, no, deindustrialization was a good thing. It meant that we'd progressed to a stage where we could export our industrial sector to other countries, import their manufactured goods, import their raw materials that they've mined, right? And
For cheap.
and we can have their cheap products, and we can have a service sector economy. That means we're more developed than them. That's a good thing. We shouldn't inherently be reeling from deindustrialization, is what our liberal necktie policy wonk lanyard dipshit would say. However, Britain is reeling from deindustrialization, but it's not from deindustrialization, you see. What Britain is actually fucking reeling from is the willful crushing of the industrial sector unions by neoliberal ghouls in whose footsteps Kia is following. The reason that Britain and broadly the imperial core deindustrialized was not because of some infallible, immutable law of the universe where nation-states must industrialize and then deindustrialize. That's bourgeois fucking gibberish. That's nonsense, okay? What actually happened was the industrial sectors all unionized, and then they had real proletarian working class power, and several of those countries who had strong industrial sectors and then had strong working class proletarian organized labor power had revolutions, or were very close to having revolutions because their working class were so strong. And then the capitalist ghouls were like, oh shit, we'd better make it so there are no jobs in industrial sectors in our countries. That's the best way we can crush these unions to death. We'd better outsource all of our manufacture to the global south, to the imperial periphery. We'd better have all of our cars made in China and shipped over here, rather than be made in Detroit. We'd better have all of our fucking I-beams, right, smelted somewhere in the Middle East, and then shipped thousands of miles, chucking so much fucking carbon into the atmosphere, so they can construct buildings here, rather than letting local workers do it, because local workers have unionized and they're getting shifty, uppity ideas about how they deserve human rights. It is not the deindustrialization they are reeling from, Sir Starmer. It is neoliberalism they are reeling from, Sir Starmer. Furthermore, as David Wallace Wells points out in The Uninhabitable Earth, the majority of pollution in the atmosphere has come in the last 30 years, not since the Industrial Revolution. I'm touching on this note since I said this about shipping stuff from around the world into the imperial core to construct things, you know, to do your building here or to drive your car here or whatever, right? Because the import of migrant labor, the import of manufactured goods from the imperial periphery, all of this as a strategy to get rid of the industrial and therefore unionized sectors that we had in the imperial core, as a strategy to protect capital and protect the bourgeoisie, is killing the planet. The majority of pollution in the atmosphere has gone into the atmosphere in the last 30 years. Since neoliberalism started to be implemented, you see. People think that it's the Industrial Revolution that did this. Neoliberalism literally did the majority of climate change. Okay. So if we're talking about clean energy, and we're talking about changing the environment, and we're talking about slowing climate change, neoliberalism and neoliberal ghouls are the primary enemies of humanity. And the planet, and the polar bears. On a related note, we will see how it goes down when Starmer tries to create a new industrial sector in the UK based around clean energy, and those workers immediately unionize with an incredibly strong class consciousness based on the traditions of previous generations who were unionized in the UK and were working in industrial sectors. We will see how that goes down. It will go poorly for him because he is historically anti-union for a Labour leader. Mission 3. Build an NHS fit for the future. I'm so fucked off right now.
That would be nice.
That would be nice. That would be nice.
I would like that.
Thanks, Keith. Growing numbers don't believe the NHS will exist in a few years' time. Such is the crisis. With an aging population... Oh my god. Deaths too high from preventable diseases and 7 million waiting for hospital treatment, we need a long-term strategy to provide the security people need. Imagine an NHS that was really fit for the future, its values once more shining brightly, but harnessing technology and life sciences to make it more responsive to people's needs, able to prevent illnesses earlier as well as cure them faster.
Yeah. Yeah.
Same length as the previous mission, just to be clear about this.
Meanwhile,
This is all we need to write for this one.
Meanwhile, his clone, fucking what's his name?
Who's his clone?
The guy at Redbridge.
What? Nat's lost the thread. She was going for an epic podcast riff.
The Labour guy who looks just like him.
There's a Labour guy who looks
But
just like...
younger.
Oh god, that's terrifying. Oh, Wes Streeting.
Wes Streeting. Meanwhile, his clone, Wes
Gay
Streeting,
Keir Starmer, yeah.
yeah, has been going around saying that they would be planning to introduce more public-private partnership stuff to make up the gap in NHS. So when they're talking about modernising,
Yes.
it's always...
They're talking about doing the thing that is killing the NHS.
To these guys, to
Yeah.
neoliberal ghouls.
Yeah.
Modernising always means more privatisation.
Always.
It
Always,
means
always.
filling the gaps with more, like, private industry, which is the very thing that's been
That is killing the NHS by design.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fantastic. Can't wait for that. Oh, Jesus Christ. You will not be able to guess which of the 5 missions, except for the one that I think he's fleshed out with the most goals so far. So there's the one that I think he has the most goals for so far, right? And that's the first one, become the most powerful economy in the universe.
Yeah.
And then there's three more that are all that length. And then the last one is a bit longer.
Mm-hmm.
Like he has a bit more to say about it.
Yeah. But he spent like 2 pages talking about what missions.
The last mission. Well, we'll read the 4th mission first. Let's get to the last
Okay.
mission in a second. But I just want to point out that missions 2, 3, and 4, this long. Mission 1, this long. Mission 5, this long. So he's going to have a little bit more to say about mission 5. And it's also incidentally a mission that he's mentioned elsewhere throughout the article too. So I'd say that the total length that he has to say about that mission, a lot more. He has a lot more to say about the final mission. His final mission for Britain. Anyway, mission 4. Break down the barriers to opportunity at every stage. Okay. As a transgender woman living in the UK, a demographic who massively disproportionately homeless and in poverty and doing sex work, addicted to drugs, overdosing and experiencing death by suicide, I'm really looking forward to Keir Starmer breaking down the barriers to opportunity at every stage. Labour will always be the party that pushes the frontiers of opportunity like the class ceiling that suppresses too much potential.
Wow. Wow.
I hate New Labour so much because a politics that willfully replaces proletarian uprising with social mobility is so insipid. It's so deliberately pernicious. It's so willfully tricking people into thinking you could have it all, but crucially never by thinking we could have it all. Crucially. Class ceiling. Childcare, housing, skills, and education must all help reverse the rapid decline in social mobility over the last few years. Imagine an education he keeps using the word imagine. Imagine an education system where every child in every part of the country is prepared with the knowledge, skills, and dispositions needed to thrive in this complex world.
What a low fucking bar. Imagine, really use your imagination. A functional education system. God, that's fucking depressing.
Yeah. Also, Towards the end of this month, we're going to have a guest on Red Planet. By the way, if people don't know Red Planet is a weekly commie roundtable show where we talk to activists and organizers who are trying to make the world a better place. They're doing based shit, basically. We interview them about what they're doing. It's on Red Planet Live on Twitch. It's 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. UK time. Check it out every Sunday. It's a very good show. Towards the end of this month, we're going to have a guest on from NME. NME stands for No More Exclusions. They're an abolitionist group whose main focus is on education. And let's apply a little bit of Zizek here. If the education system is meant to give you opportunities at every stage to be able to thrive in today's complex world, Zizek points out that the opposite of total inclusion is violent exclusion. There's always a negative space to any statement that people make about inclusive politics, right? An example he gives, when a Christian says, all men are my brothers, then anyone who refuses to be my brother is no man, you see? The negative space to any inclusive statement is actually a very violent exclusion. And this here, an education system that helps people, that will prepare children to thrive in today's complex world, is leaving out a really crucial piece of the puzzle here that our guest from NME will point out when we have them on Red Planet later this month. That when kids are excluded because teachers just like take against them, think they're rude, think they have a bad attitude, right? Give them one negative mark on their educational record, it can snowball incredibly rapidly, especially if there are implicit biases that inform the original decision perhaps and would continue to inform later teachers' decisions and other like adults in their environment who can make decisions about them. If they see this kid is, say, for example, I'm just saying this off the top of my head, a black kid who already has a mark against them on their educational record, right? They've been excluded from one school. Is another school going to take them in when they've been expelled and they're black? It's going to be hard, isn't it? You know it's going to be hard, right? And what NME points out very eloquently in their literature, and the woman I spoke to at the abolitionists picnic, is how this exclusion can become a lifelong thing. Very quickly, a kid is excluded, you know, receives punishment, receives detentions, and then gets suspended from school, and then gets excluded from school, and then they wind up in prison because that's how the system is set up to like catch kids into a secondary system once they fall out of the first one. Right? There is actually a secondary system in place. It's run by this thing called the Crown Prosecution Service, that used to be run by a man called Keir Starmer. And it is massively institutionally and systematically racist. Anyway, break down the barriers to opportunity at every stage, but for whom? Mission 5. Speaking of, Mission 5. Make Britain's streets safe. Insecurity is corrosive. In the coming months, I plan to set out our crime mission. Just as I have done with growth, it will be a bold strategy to tackle both crime and its causes. Our crime mission will tackle head-on the skyrocketing numbers of criminals who get away without prosecution, the rise in nuisance crimes. Oh, good. The falling trust in... It's going to tackle the falling trust in the police. So I guess they're going to unmurder Sarah Everard.
Yeah.
I guess they're going to unshoot in the back fucking Carver. Chris Carver, right? I guess they're going to slander the victims of Hillsborough. I guess they're going to just undo everything the police have ever done. And then we'll trust police more. And the lack of safety that blights too many communities. By failing to reform the police and criminal justice system, a succession of Home Secretaries and Tory Prime Ministers, more concerned with stoking culture wars than making our streets safe, has taken an axe to the security that underpins family life and failed to tackle an epidemic of violent attacks against women and girls. So the issue here is that the Tory prime ministers, they've been too focused on culture wars. You could say even that they've been going and doing press where they maybe even say like little dog whistles and that indicate that they're much more focused on some specific issues that have particular, often bigoted motivations behind them. But Keith isn't like that. Keith cares about family life and women and girls. All right, we've got through the missions. We only have a whole entire page left.
I felt like this might be a fun time to inform everyone that Keir Starmer is personally responsible for the fact that sexual assault against men in this country is recorded as a crime against women and girls. Because sexual assault in these formulations is necessarily recorded as gendered violence. In these formulations, gendered violence only happens to women and girls, and therefore men have to be lumped in the category of violence against women and girls when they've been sexually assaulted in this country, which I feel is farcical and disgusting and violent to everyone involved.
There's a problem of evil when it comes to Keir Starmer, and it's not the problem of evil like Theodicy. It's really a problem of evil or stupid, because everything he does is just laughably stupid and evil, and not in the same way as Tories as well. It's like Tories, they're setting out these evil goals and then they're incompetently, buffoonishly meandering towards them. It's like Keir Starmer is setting out his missions, right, to make the world a better place, allegedly. And he's doing it in such a stupid way that it's coming out incredibly evil. Cool. It's like the blue Tories, evil, stupid. The red Tories, stupid, evil.
Yes.
It's Kierkegaard's categories of truth, see? In the one, stupid precedes the evil, and in the other, the evil precedes the stupid. It's objective evil and subjective evil.
There are two wolves inside you. One is stupid and the other is evil.
And both would kiss a Tory. And both of them are fucking a pig. Okay. Okay, we have a whole page to get through, everyone, so settle down. Thank you. Jesus. Come on now. So much unrest in the class today. A Labour government will have to be bold reformers in this area so we can make a real difference to this people's sense of security. Oh, good. The next paragraph is still about crime. So while it seems that he's finished talking about that mission, he's now just going on in the rest of the article to still talk about crime because he is a cop. This will also be at the heart of Labour's upcoming local election strategy. It is precisely because we understand how badly people have been let down by successive Tory governments that we want to show people change is coming. By the end of the summer, we will have set out all 5 missions in full detail. Agree with them or disagree with them, they will be bold stakes in the ground to mark out our long-term plan for Britain. What do these 5 missions and 5 progressive causes add up to? Sorry, crime is a progressive cause? Being the party of law and order is a progressive cause? That's so weird to me. But I can believe it. I was born yesterday. What do these 5 missions and 5 progressive causes add up to? In the most simple terms, getting our future back. Our future back. Family life, women and girls, our future back. Law and order, streets safe. Summer, it's like to understand what the stupid, evil. It's like you just need to do found poetry on it. You just need to take little bits of what he's doing there and let them all just fall together into one sharp picture. We know from our history that Labour is elected when the public want us to take the next big progressive steps forward for the country. In 1945, the NHS and welfare state. In 1967, a technological revolution. In 1997, the modernisation of the Constitution, public services, the economy. If, pause for comic effect, we win the next election, that is the task that will fall to us again. These missions add up to the next big phase of modernisation for Britain, a process of reconnecting to what we are good at as a nation, racism, finding our confidence once more. The missions are instrumental in giving Britain back a renewed sense of pride and purpose. One thing that has become clearer over the last 13 years, our country can't continue to be run as an exclusive club in which too few people get an entry ticket. How dare you? How fucking dare you? Anyway, it's just he's a knight. He's a knight. He ran the Crown Prosecution Service. Okay, all right. If I'm just yelling at you, he's not. Keith isn't here, but my wife is, and I can't just yell at her. That's not. Fuck, man. When analysts describe Britain today as a poor nation, much of it worse off than large parts of Eastern Europe, yup. But with one small and rich concentration mostly in the southeast of England, yes, it makes me both angry and even more committed to lasting change. If this situation continues, then there is little hope for either social cohesion or economic success. So while the 5 missions say something important about the future, and he wants to take us from that situation to being the most powerful economy in the world. Cool.
To be fair, higher growth doesn't mean higher overall. But yeah, sure. Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. I also invite people to imagine how Britain will achieve this growth, considering that we are an island. There was a time in Britain's history when it had really high growth, despite being an island. Possibly the highest growth in the world.
Yeah, what was happening?
As an economy. Despite being such a small island nation, we somehow had massive economic growth.
Yeah.
At some point in our history, but I can't quite remember when that was, because I've never taken a history class. For me, these missions are personal. I mean, the cop one is, isn't it? They go to the heart of what it is to be a modern political leader. There seems to be a belief that a leader has to fit into one of 2 categories. Either they are populists flirting with authoritarianism, dealing in alternative facts, debasing standards in public life, or technocrats, cold, calculating, devoid of emotion, always doing what is safe and pragmatic.
Does he think he's not a technocrat?
This is not the choice I want for Britain, or for my leadership. Well, no, he's a technocrat flirting with authoritarianism.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Classic. That's actually the standard.
There is a different approach. I believe politics needs to embody 2 things. First, it must be about values. For me, those come from my life experiences. I talk about respect a lot because I saw how my father felt disrespected because he was a toolmaker.
Shut up. Shut up. Please put yourself in the bin. He's writing this like it's a CV, and he's had people say, you haven't like, politics. If we're to make any change, we need to be acting based on principles and values at the core of what we're doing, and then we make decisions about how to do that based on our core principles about what people deserve and what life should be like. And so what he's done is he's written the word values over and over again in his CV to like tick that box.
It's like that.
I have values.
It's like that because of the kind of specific breed of necktie wonk and lanyard dipshit that populates Westminster politics today. get up every day like it is a job interview.
Yeah.
They dress themselves like it's a job interview. They carry themselves like it's a job interview. They talk like it's a job interview. They write like it's a job interview. And if for a moment they could understand that life is not a job interview, it would shatter everything and they would become a Maoist. I'm not fucking around.
Right.
The simulation they live inside is that every day is a job interview, and if they pass, they get to go up to the next rank.
This is just, it's not, none of this is written like a leader trying to inspire people. Even a bad one, like Tony Blair would do a better job than this, right?
It's been pointed out several times over that Tony Blair...
At least had a vision, even if it was a shitty vision.
Yeah, that Starmer has been trying to trade on the popularity of Tony Blair by being just like Tony Blair, only he's not Tony Blair, and people don't like Tony Blair anymore because they saw what Tony Blair was like.
Yeah, they saw what Tony Blair did.
This is a big quartz I got in Scotland. Look how big it is. It's as big as my head. It's a solid piece of quartz. That's all. There's no joke. Just thought you'd like to see that. I saw how my father felt disrespected because he was a toolmaker. He always felt others looked down on him. Growing up, I saw too much unfulfilled potential.
Who was he hanging out with? His father ran a small business. He was the owner of a business. Who was he hanging around with? Who were they hanging around with that made him feel looked down upon? And why are we supposed to relate to them? His dad owned a factory.
Yes.
That doesn't make him relatable because he went to a private school or a grammar school or whatever the fuck. Or like some fucking red brick university where he was embarrassed that his dad ran a factory.
Growing up, I saw too much unfulfilled potential. Too often, ambition was stifled. There were too many barriers to working class kids getting a break.
That's literally bourgeois. His dad was literally a capitalist. He ran a factory.
My dad's story and the story of those I grew up with is a common story today. It drives a lot of the disaffection in Western countries, which is why Chancellor Scholz has made respect such an important theme in Germany, and why President Biden has talked about the powerlessness of too many... He is a tulpa! This man is literally a fucking tulpa. He's talking about the people he admires and the people he'd like to be like, and they are the most grey gruel fucking milquetoast nothing people. The worst NPCs in modern politics. And he is aspiring to be like them.
He absolutely passionlessly calls on like Attlee and
yes,
the builders of the
yes.
NHS because he knows that other people are
other people like those people. Yeah. But he likes Biden and Scholz.
Yeah.
Fuck. We'll play some Hitman soon, I promise. Fucking hell.
Wait, Schultz isn't Howard Schultz? Is
no, Scholz, the Chancellor of Germany.
Oh, okay.
Biden has talked about the powerlessness of too many people in the US. The first step to revive social democracy. Oh, we're excuse me? Sorry, what?
They're just allowed to lie like
we're doing what now? We're making a what? Sorry, the plan was to have a what now?
Yeah.
This whole time, you thought you were making what?
Yeah.
It's like I've been watching a guy sloppily make a stew, right? And he's dragged just off meat that's been left out of the fridge, and he's chopped it badly, and he's left the bones in, and then he's gotten some vegetables, but they don't really go, right? Like he's gotten like carrots and broccoli and put them in the stew, and he hasn't seasoned it at all, and the heat's on too high, and it keeps on running out of water, and it's an obviously solvable problem. Like, he keeps on coming back to top it up with more water, and I'm just like, put the heat on to mid, you dumbass. And I've been watching this for like 2 hours, and then he's like, I think this pie is turning out really well, and I want to rip my fucking teeth out with my bare hands. The first step to revive social democracy is to understand and respect people, not just tell them what you're going to do.
Shut up!
Okay, alright.
It's honestly just
just so poorly written.
That all was first.
so
That was all part
poorly
one. That was part one, respecting people.
Yeah.
Second, politics must be about problem solving. Creative problem solving. Finding new or better solutions to problems that stand in people's way. Shaping our... Sorry, I just remembered. First was actually values. It was meant to be about having values. But we really wandered off of values. And we got to the notion of respecting other people and what they want. But we didn't actually state any values. Second, politics must be about problem solving. Creative problem solving. Finding new or better solutions to problems that stand in people's way. Shaping our own destiny by seeking out and then seizing the opportunities of the future. Coming late into politics, I am struck by how often people skirt around the big issues. Blinded by ideology. Scared of being unpopular. There is an inability to cut through the nonsense and understand different perspectives by walking in the shoes of others. So, sorry, it's in quotes.
Oh god.
Again,
This is so
every neoliberal ghoul thinks that they've invented every idiom. Walking in the shoes of others so that meaningful change can happen. Our missions provide a way through. They embody a set of values, common causes, and a chance to solve big problems. To govern through missions is to change the very nature of how government operates. They say something not just about what we will do differently, but crucially how we will do it. We only have half a page left. I promise this will be over soon. I just want to say that I think in reading this, something's clicked into place for me. Like, truly, like, going to the chiropractor, something that has been bugging me for years has just, like, and I've just, like, it's really there now. Okay. Standpoint epistemology. Right? Right? Okay. British politics treats reactionaries like they are a people with immutable characteristics whose lived experience needs to be respected and understood in a democratic process. When he says walking in the shoes of others, he doesn't mean single mothers, he doesn't mean black people, he doesn't mean trans women of color who are in sex work, he doesn't mean the disabled, he doesn't mean immigrants. He means
expelling all those people from the Labour Party.
Yes. He means I find it all too easy to listen to allegedly, nominally, superficially progressive, liberal wonk dipshits who I have coffee and avocado toast with every morning.
Yeah.
Who I need to listen to.
Yeah. The real people. The quiet bat people.
Is an imaginary white working class cis het lorry driver called Brian, who I have in my head, who thinks that all migrants should be executed because otherwise they'll bring Sharia law to Birmingham. That's what he means by listening to other people. Okay. Command and control has at times been the natural response for politicians feeling the pressure to deliver. Deliver as in quotes. But we know you don't fatten a pig by weighing it more, just as you don't get more out of frontline staff by sending them more and more targets and shouting at them more loudly to deliver. This deliver is not in quotes.
I feel
the
like
model has
every single time I hear more than 10 words from Keir Starmer, I feel deeply insulted as a human being. He can only speak like he thinks everyone listening to him is completely stupid.
Yes, because he's speaking to Brian, the racist lorry driver in his head, who he also thinks is a fucking idiot.
But he's speaking to wonks.
Yes.
About Brian.
And
he's making wonks imagine him speaking to Brian.
He's performatively speaking to Brian for them.
Yeah, exactly.
So they're all applauding him because they're seeing what a good job he does of talking down to Brian, the racist lorry driver.
Exactly. It's it really makes me furious.
The model has to change, but we can't lurch the other way and just assume the market will take care of everything without clear national standards people can rely on. A new approach is needed, based on partnership. A partnership where government sets the missions and where we create a climate of trust and innovation, one in which people's professional judgment and ability to collaborate can be fostered.
Public-private partnership, baby!
My thinking on this has many sources. Some of it draws on my years as head of the Crown Prosecution Service, a complex public service that handles every prosecution in England and Wales.
Idea. Oh, he came up with this himself, did he?
That period taught me government needs to stop thinking in silos, where departments ignore what they can do to support each other in common objectives because their only focus is internal targets.
They've been saying this for 30 years.
It taught
this is exactly what Thatcher said.
It taught me, too, that we must be unyielding in the pursuit of the ambitious goals set out in our missions. Ah! Ah! There are goals in the missions, and we must hit the goals, and to hit the goals we need targets.
But we don't have all the
and
goals
so if we hit the targets to hit the goals to hit the missions, but not too many targets, because then we'd have to deliver, but we don't want to deliver. We need the goals in order to get to the missions, and the missions are real. Fuck! We will need to be an administration where experimentation and innovation are encouraged at every stage. Evidence is rigorously evaluated, and the centre is relentless at scaling up and pushing out best practice. I have done some of this before. When I was in charge of thousands of civil servants at the CPS, people were sometimes unwilling to put forward good ideas because they were politically challenging, went against the grain, or had simply never been asked.
How did he respond to people asking him about legalizing weed?
How did he respond to people pushing
With his
for?
evidence-based.
How did he respond to people pushing for prison abolition, or defunding the police?
Don't be silly.
Here's a radical political idea. Every officer in the Metropolitan Police is, by nature of the fraternity of police, a brother of Wayne Couzens and supports his actions. I went around all the different regional offices and made a point of speaking with the staff at all levels to ask what was the biggest problem they faced and whether they had a way of solving it. A lot of the best innovations came from staff who just got frustrated with a problem and had worked out a better way to do things. We will need courage if we are to go beyond the good intentions of previous initiatives like leveling up, so that power and economic opportunity is genuinely, permanently pushed out of Westminster to all parts of the country, with wealth created everywhere, by everyone, for everyone. This approach adds up to a new kind of catalytic government. None of it will be it's just more neoliberalism. It's just literally more like small government, but not really catalytic government. Fuck you. None of it will be easy. If it was, then it would have been done before. The country is in a very difficult position and there is a widespread sense of despair. It's hard to conjure a sense of hope, and harder still to convince people that all politicians are not the same. When you look like this, yes, it's really hard to convince people that all politicians aren't made in a fucking lab somewhere. Fuck. Our missions will require grit and hard work, not grandstanding and grandiose statements like, I don't know, we'll make Britain the most powerful economy in the world. If we are to move on from 13 years of going backwards and press ahead into a decade of national renewal, if, like me, you believe Britain can and should be better, then join us on this bold project, mission-driven government to end sticking plaster politics. One thing I know for certain, the British people need light at the end of the tunnel, and they need it soon. If by that he means the British people need to be put out of their misery, then I completely fucking agree. We did it, everyone. We got through the Keir Starmer article. I'm so proud of us. If you've been enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip. I'm gonna play some fucking Hitman. Jesus Christ. Christ on a fucking cracker. Okay.
Okay. Fucking hell. Someone just said in chat, twirling, twirling, twirling towards freedom. Jesus fucking Christ. Kia hiding at the tunnel entrance with a bolt gun. Please. Please.
Welcome to Bangkok, 47. Ken Moore Queen Suite, but has yet to check in. You will find him in and around the restaurant. Oddly enough, Jordan Cross seems completely unaware of his presence. Cross and the class have set up a recording studio in the Emperor Suite on the 3rd floor. Private security around Cross and his entourage.
I'm so tired right now. I honestly, it feels like it must be 11 and I'm looking at the time and it's only 9. And I just like, that was fucking exhausting. It's just so much gibberish. Like, it's just such a shocking amount of gibberish.
It's genuinely tiring
It's exhausting.
process. Like,
God
so
damn.
much nothing.
Yeah. Fucking hell. Alright. Oh, is one of my targets just like strolling around? Oh no, he's inside. Okay. I thought he was gonna just be like in the starting area. Oh, he basically is. He's right fucking there. Jesus.
He didn't have any kind of goal or explanation of how they aim to achieve most of those missions.
Yeah.
What is the point?
Yeah.
It's half completed homework.
Yeah.
Not even.
I'm just gonna run. I'm just gonna run somewhere. Ah, no. Oh, God. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. You can tell Kira's a lawyer? Yeah, seriously. Seriously.
That's why he refuses to say anything about anything ever.
Hitman, except you kill your targets by telling them about how mission-driven government will activate the third sector to put an end to sticking plaster politics by getting back to basics and going to the coalface. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Tying up their shoelaces.
Tying up their shoelaces and engaging with Alarm Clock Britain and the Bat People.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. That's what it's all about. That's what it's all the fuck about.
I just want to say again for posterity, and I'll keep saying it.
Please.
The Labour Party should be absolutely ashamed. They should walk around with shame every single day that they have never had a female leader.
Seriously,
Labour
there have
Party.
been three conservative female prime ministers at this point.
And part of it is that the press has a very easy job in a patriarchal, hierarchical society.
Yeah, it's... Yeah.
Whipping up a specific antagonism against left-wing women.
Yeah.
Whereas right-wing women get praised.
Yeah.
For being right-wing.
Yes. Yeah. It's... Yeah,
But
exactly.
just have some fucking guts. Like,
Yeah.
like actually just ever even imagine being the people that you want to see in the world.
Yeah,
that
seriously.
you want to see more of.
Yeah. I just took that guy out and I can just walk away, I think. Yep, zero suspicion. I nailed it. God, I'm just the best hitman in the world. God, I'm the fucking best. The tragedy of my existence is that I cannot fuck myself. Jesus Christ. I nailed it. I'm the queen of hitmen. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, I'm trespassing. That's why people were suspicious. I get it. Makes sense. Oh, I'm still trespassing? I didn't mean to be in here. I'm sorry, everyone. Please don't be angry. I didn't mean to. No. 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 Don't be mad. No. No, I'm just trying to do mission-driven politics. Please leave me alone. No, I'm just trying to do mission-driven politics, please. Oh, they are actually fucking off. Wow, that's amazing. Oh my god, he got a gun out. That guy had a fucking gun. Oh no, it's the cop. Okay, that makes sense. Is it the cop? No, it's just that dude. He just has a gun. Why, man? Okay. Come on, over here, man. You know I'm here. You must know I'm here. Come on. Just come around this corner. Just come around this corner so I can talk to you about mission-driven politics. Come on. You got this. No, it's all good. These guys are dumb. Wow. Like, wow, though, seriously. Can I go in here? Yo, I totally can. Oh, my target's up here. Shit, man. They should call this Shit Man because of shit, man. It's so easy. Damn. That was incisive satire from me there. I'm just trying to set goals to follow my missions. My mission is to kill. Why is she suspicious of me? I bet she's part of the radical left. I bet that's what this is about, you know? She's just suspicious of me because I want to engage in mission-driven politics. Fuck.
That's just appropriate.
I feel like Keith's mission is also to kill. I agree, Magic Mia. Thank you. Everyone, if you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. We have 3 more articles to read tonight. None of them will be as long or as aggravating as Keith's one, but we do have 3 more to get through, and it would be nice to receive some payment for doing my job. You can subscribe or share or donate directly using Command Tip. If you have a Prime account, you can link it to your Twitch account, and you can give me a subscription for free. It doesn't cost you any money, but I will get money, real money, that I can actually spend on chicken, probably. I eat a lot of chicken. I don't know if you know this about me. I quite enjoy chicken. It's because it's the most mission-driven food. Is this trespassing? Can I go up here? Oh, I'm allowed up here. That's fine. Is she? Oh, she's super suspicious right away. I should just run. I'm just going to get away from her. No, I can just walk past everyone. God damn. I really fucking took the right disguise from the right dude. Like, I've really, like, this is... Oh, my next target's surrounded by people, though. Oh, damn, okay. This might be a little tricky. To be fair, the first target was surrounded by people, and I just took him out.
Hey, you there. Yeah, you, fishy fella. Who are you? That is Jordan Cross. Revered and
The fuck? No! Kill him! Jesus Christ, man. Ah, come on. If I'd shot him once really quickly like I was trying to, that would have been fine. We need to move towards chicken-driven politics. I completely agree. Thank you. Thank you so much to Base Junkie and Magic Mia for each tipping £5. And Mia said, "Thank you for melting my brain with neoliberal nonsense today." Anytime, Mia. I'm very happy to. I don't know why I just can't get enough of this fucking neoliberal slop. It's pretty magical. Oh God.
What is happening? Sorry, everyone. I just got a text from my friend. I want to... Jesus, that's a hell of a thing. Okay. Okay, everyone, I'll get off my phone in a second, I promise. Yep, done. Back to my chicken-driven politics. Let's go. Vegan chicken politics, please. I'm sorry, the consensus doesn't allow for that. I've actually listened really closely to what people want, and Brian, the imaginary racist lorry driver in my head, doesn't like vegan chicken because he thinks it's part of the radical left agenda of cultural Marxism. So no, I'm sorry, it's not happening. I had some really good vegan chicken the other day. Actually, I've had it a few times. It's really where's it from? Oh, Temple of Satan. It's Satan chicken. I don't know if people had Satan. I really appreciate that the place I ordered from is called Temple of Satan. I just think that's wonderful. Yeah. Right, I gotta take this guy out again now. And I'm just not confident about, like... Oh, especially not if this guy hangs around. Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off. Leave. Go away. Fuck off. Thank you. Right. Oh, the guy's getting away. Shit. Fuck. Oh, stupid fucking tourist. Cool. Crime noticed, compromised. This is the same as before. Only this time, I'm going to do the exact same thing and hope the problem goes away. Yeah, no one's aggro on me. Oh, that one woman, she's a danger. But otherwise, I think I can just walk away. And I'm under no suspicion. Oh, I'm so fucking good at this game. Fuck yes. Is it even a crime if no one notices? No. Let me tell you all something about how crime works. If the police see it, it's a crime. If no one sees it, it's not. That's how crime works. Crime exists where surveillance exists. That's why this is why we gotta think very hard about where we want surveillance to exist in society. Remember, if you see someone shoplifting, no you didn't. That's correct. Thank you, Holoraptor. That is entirely correct. Thank you so much to Meredith K. Pseudonym for tipping £10 and saying, help, my head's so full of Starmer's useless hot air it blew the part of my brain that makes sound financial decisions. Oh no, oh shit, that sounds really bad. I would hate for you to make other bad financial decisions if giving me money is apparently a bad financial decision. Shit, that sounds terrible. Look at them all running around all over the place. They're so confused. They saw a trespasser. The trespasser was me. I literally ran in here. They all saw it. And now they're just like running around panicking. It's so funny. Oh, this guy's coming straight to me. Okay. Shit, fuck, piss, no, bad times. Oh, I'm getting owned this time. Oh, no. Shit. Shit! Ugh. If you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip. I'm going to give this one more go, and then we're going to read the next article. The next article is... It's about Kate Forbes, isn't it?
Welcome to Bangkok, 47. Ken Morgan has booked the Queen's Suite.
It's a profile on Kate Forbes, the the homophobic candidate for the leadership of Scotland. So I hope you're all really, really excited. Oh, God. Honestly, though. Wait, why did I do that? Oh, I guess I'm committing to the bit now. Fuck. I think I've gotten away with it. Yeah, really seems like I have. What is bapping, my G? I'm gonna have to kill him, though. That's unfortunate. I don't like killing members of the working class. But I'll do it if it's part of my mission-driven politics. If it'll get me towards my mission, then, you know, I just gotta, so... It's unfortunate, but it's what's gonna happen. Wait, that's a toilet. Okay. That's not where I want to go. This is where I want to go. Oh, a cop. Hello. You look copish. Yo! Stop that. Time to run away. Oh no. Shit! Damn it. I was having so much fun. I love shooting cops in the face in the video game exclusively. Natabata, thank you so much for tipping £5. Thank you for all your great work. I'm from a tired Aussie. Can't say that word. Just for your purposes, it's one of my favorite words. I love to say it. I would say it. I can't because of Twitch. I'm very sorry. It's not a value judgment by me. I would be saying it. It's Jeff Bezos' fault. Also, it's great watching your streams while being named Nat. I feel so much more politically informed than I really am. Dollar might not be much. Exchange rate is crap. It's £5. It's loads. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Okay, we're changing back. We're changing back. We're going back to this screen. This is the screen that you know you're in trouble when we go to this screen, because we're going to read more of the magazine. Okay. Is it a homophone to a German philosopher, perchance? No, it rhymes with granny. And it's a word for a person like me that I like saying about myself and other people like me often. And I would say it about 100 times a week on Red Planet if it weren't for Twitch terms of service. Okay. Out of the ordinary, machine-generated porn will never be sexy. It lacks the human touch we crave. Oh, I kind of want to read that, though. No, I don't. No, I don't. It's a profile of Kate Forbes. Kate Forbes, the homophobe. Great, let's learn about Kate Forbes. Yay, this will definitely be worthwhile. This is definitely worth writing about. This is definitely worth publishing a piece on. Okay, it's like 1.5 pages, and it will not be as aggravating as straight from the pig's mouth the last one was. However, if we have Scots watching, I think we do, it might be pretty aggravating. It's called Why Kate Forbes Just Won't Quit. Okay, I know what I'm gonna do. Because we didn't have that much Hitman, and we had a lot of article, and I have to pee. Before I start this one, I'm just going to do a 5-minute break. I'm going to go pee. I'll be back shortly. I'm going to leave you all on the intermission screen. Oh, that's not the intermission screen. That's me again. And I will see you in 5. Oh. And then we'll learn why Kate Forbes just won't quit. Hey everyone, I'm back. Hello, hello, hello. Right. Let's do some goddamn politics. Woo! Yay! Fucking hell. Okay. Why Kate Forbes just won't quit. You know that they're gonna portray her as this, like, rebellious girl boss by that title, and it's just like, she's an insipid homophobe. Like, what the fuck are you guys doing, honestly? Okay. Alright, let's do it. I made myself a little hot chocolate because after reading Keith and yelling about it, my voice got a little hoarse. And I don't like when my voice is hoarse. I prefer when my voice is cat. Meow. The socially conservative religious beliefs of Scotland's finance secretary have dismayed her supporters, yet her leadership campaign survives. Could she still become First Minister? Hi, Sophie. I love your tattoos a lot. Oh, thank you so much. You know what? I'm going to sit this way around. Because I like the tattoos on this side a little more. Oh. Okay. Cool. Oh. The mic. Okay. Let's go out a little bit. What? There we go. Okay. Can you all hear me okay? Okay. Let's read a fucking article. A year ago, while preparing for a New Statesman interview with Kate Forbes, I sought views on the young Scottish politician among her SNP colleagues. At some point, Kate will have to choose between God and independence, and I think God will win, one told me. Forbes clearly doesn't agree that any such choice is necessary. As she seeks to replace Nicola Sturgeon as SNP leader and First Minister, the 32-year-old finance secretary has done anything but disavow her strict religious beliefs and how they inform her political decision-making. And how they inform her political decision-making. This is what I mean about earlier fucking Joanna Cherry was saying it's just her private religious beliefs. No, it fucking isn't. No, it literally isn't. Ridiculous. Do we like this? It kind of looks like I'm sitting in the screen. Right? Like, if you're watching... I don't know if people watch me on, like, their laptops or phones or whatever. It's like I'm just chilling on the edge of the frame, you know? Anyway. She was and is against equal marriage, abortion, and woman church ministers, and has said so plainly. Depending on one's view, she is showing either martyr-style Christian courage or startling naivety that should disqualify her from the top job. She is against abortion. She's against women being church ministers. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. Fuck. Fuck. These conservative positions have attracted a torrent of judgment that might be described as biblical. Fuck off, dickhead. The outgoing Sturgeon, who said that she would stay out of the contest, immediately intervened, stating, "Scotland is a socially progressive country. The people of Scotland look to their First Minister to see someone who will stand up for their rights." Forbes' main challenger, the Health Secretary Humza Yousaf, said it would not be acceptable for someone opposed to same-sex marriage to lead the country. And asked what such a person would do if a private member's bill was introduced seeking to reverse it. One journalist described Forbes on Twitter as MSP for the 19th century. Very good. Sick burn. At a recent event for my think tank Reform Scotland, this is by Chris Deerin. Dudes with think tanks. That's who fucking writes in the New Statesman. This is so insipid. It's so craven. I was just saying to Nat while I was on pee break. Some newspapers and magazines and publications describe themselves in their name, right? The Daily Mirror is a mirror of the events of society, of people's opinions, is what they hope to be portraying, right? The New Statesman is not describing itself. The New Statesman is describing the reader. If you read this magazine, you are the New Statesman. That's what I meant before about, like, metapolitics and the kind of analysis that this magazine offers, right? It's trying to make you think you have this kind of ruling class say in politics, and it's so insipid. Okay.
Forbes' main challenger, the Health Secretary Hamza Yusuf, said it would not be acceptable for someone opposed to same-sex marriage to leave the country, and asked what such a person would do. Oh, yeah, we already read that bit. At a recent event for my think tank, Reform Scotland, Forbes told me that after 7 months on maternity leave with a new baby, she had initially been torn about entering the contest. She added, "It seemed that Twitter and the press were just absolutely consumed with discussing me and my faith, despite the fact I had not said a word." Forbes said that she, therefore, knew what was coming. "I needed to answer directly. I suppose I was more focused on how to try and be honest, knowing the avalanche of unhappiness that would cause perhaps rather than seek to... What? Knowing the avalanche of unhappiness that would cause, perhaps rather than seek to spin or prevaricate," she said. Now she realized, quote, "As someone who recognizes that we should welcome that Scotland is a lot more open and fairer for minorities, it was important that I answered in a way that recognized that progress, but also recognized that this is a question of compassion and not just honesty." Although bruised by events, Forbes has proved impressively resilient. Not only is she still in the race, but early polls suggest that she... I'm just gonna fucking... I hate when they do this thing where they're like trying to find other ways to describe her over and over again. They're like, the MSP for Skye, Lochaber and Badenoch... yeah, whatever. Early polls suggest she remains the favoured candidate among SNP voters. Jesus Christ, that's disgusting. Though the views of the actual party members who will take the final decision aren't yet clear, and the wider Scottish public. This may change before the new leader is elected on 27th of March, but a question faces her opponents. If Forbes has survived this criticism and come out ahead, how will anyone now stop her? Oh good, she's just a girl boss. Fantastic. This is not the only question that arises. The party machine, which is still controlled by Peter Morrell, the chief executive of the SNP and Sturgeon's husband, appears to support Yusuf. Most MSPs who have declared a preference have said the same. 4 who initially backed Forbes have withdrawn their support. But what if the 104,000 strong membership isn't listening to its supposed betters? It hasn't been hard in... See, there's another thing, right? Again, about the implicit outlook of the magazine. They're saying it tongue-in-cheek, but they're saying that MPs are the supposed betters of the membership. They're... I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. Also, just like, it just is okay. And this was the same with, the other day, Aaron Bastani saying, you shouldn't want to exclude people from politics because they support the death penalty. No, it's okay to just see some positions as fundamentally reactionary and unacceptable. It's okay. It's just okay, actually. You know? It's just okay to be like, no, we decided to have same-sex marriage. That's progress. People deserve fucking rights. And that was based on something. And furthermore, based. And no, we're not taking a step backwards there. So we're not having a first minister who is, like, who believes homosexuality is a sin, who's against abortion, who wants to, you know, who doesn't support women being church ministers. That's fucking ridiculous. Okay. It hasn't been hard in the recent months to find critics of Sturgeon, her clique, and her government within the SNP. The First Minister has been seen as controlling and immune to open discussion about policy and the future direction of the party. This has coincided with her unpopular decisions on gender reform and on treating the next general election as a de facto referendum. Hey, anyone from Scotland in chat want to quickly fact check who her decisions about gender reform were unpopular with? Because they passed Scottish Parliament, so they were popular with the ministers. There was massive applause when they did it, so it seemed to be popular with at least the people in the gallery. Who was it unpopular with? For fuck's sake. There have been complaints that the SNP has been... This is, by the way, this is something where, like, the entire framing of this naturally sits with Westminster. And all of it is dictating to Scotland all the time, right? It is like the fucking king just deciding that they need a stricter one of his cousins to go and rule Scotland on his behalf, right? It is not actually a democratic process. It's a complete fucking farce. And opinion pieces like this are just, like, trying to legitimize it in democratic terms by saying things like unpopular gender reform. And it's like, no, that's not, like, what the fuck are you talking about? Unpopular? It wasn't. Shut up. Also, treating the next general election as a de facto referendum. It's like, support for independence in Scotland has been massive for a really, really long time. And treating the next, like, treating a general election as a de facto referendum, you know, there is an inherent problem with that, which is, yeah, people might not want to choose both of those things at the same time, but at the same time they might, right? It's not actually, like, necessarily a bad thing, but Scottish independence is a bad thing to Westminster. Westminster hates that shit, and, you know, New Statesman may pose itself as a British publication, but it's an English publication. So it obviously has a partisan take on Scottish independence. Implicitly. There have been complaints that the SNP has become undemocratic in its internal mechanisms, with members denied a meaningful voice. Some don't even trust election process. Suspicion is rife among the membership that it will be a fix, one MP told me. In an effort to address this, the party has now called it an independent firm to oversee the election. I love when businesses oversee elections. That's my favorite fucking thing. Transphobes keep yelling the majority agrees with us at the top of their lungs. Yeah, absolutely. I always voted SNP in Westminster elections just for independence. I don't like the SNP. I prefer Green. Right. People do actually vote, like, in that exact way, trying to get independence. Fucking ridiculous. I'm going to have my glasses on so I can read the chat from over here. Like, I can read chat fine, but I know I'm having to, like, squint a little to do it, and it's disrupting my flow. Okay. Where were we? Then there's the issue of whether the SNP leadership is simply making one last misjudgment, this time of opinion outside its own bubble. Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. This same issue of this magazine has just given 5 pages to Sir Keir Starmer, and now is talking about the SNP being too insular and living within its own bubble. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you actually fucking kidding me? This is a joke. Fuck. Yusuf is not an obviously outstanding candidate. His ministerial career, which has so far encompassed the transport, justice, and health portfolios, has been mediocre with plenty to criticise. Civil servants say that during the recent NHS crisis, Sturgeon would often intervene over his head. He is presenting himself as the continuity candidate for a government that needs to be reset, rethought, and re-energised, a combination that is hard to square. His promotion is seen by some, including Sturgeon loyalists, as an attempt by the old guard to retain an element of control. The third candidate in the contest, Ash Regan, oh good, is a backbencher who resigned from the government as a community safety minister over the gender reforms, and whose support falls far short of the leading pair. Ash Regan was shouted out by Joanna Cherry in that article we read earlier for being a TERF, so all you need to know. While surveys show that most of the Scottish electorate disagrees with the stances taken by Forbes in areas such as equal marriage and abortion, it may be that citizens regard these matters as settled and unlikely to be reopened. Yeah, people might think that. Many agree with her opposition to the gender recognition reform bill, though contrary to the absolutist views being accorded to her, she told me, I think that there is a way forward here that that respects people's fears and respects people's right to be heard. Hardly fire and brimstone. Whose fears and whose right to be heard? Also, many are opposed to is not the same as unpopular. And again, I ask unpopular with who, and I ask who are opposed. And furthermore, respects whose fears and respects whose rights to be heard. This is what the fuck I mean. This is so ridiculous. This is farcical. Honestly, like, if this guy calls himself a journalist, I mean, I suppose he doesn't. He says he has a think tank. But what he's doing is, like, such, like, is utterly transparent, and it's really pathetic. It's true that Forbes observes unusually strict adherence to the tenets of her church, the Free Church of Scotland. Free Church of Scotland, let me just check this. Let me just check this really quickly. But there is no way that the Free Church of Scotland was founded before 1920. Free Church of Scotland. Really? 1843? I take it back. Jesus Christ. Wow. Branched from the Church of Scotland. Okay, I take it back. All right. New Statesman asking boldly, won't someone think of the bigots? Yeah, it's exactly what I was just saying when we were reading the Keir Starmer article. British politics treats bigotry like it is a lived experience that needs to be respected and thought through. Ian Blackford, the SNP's former Westminster leader, is also a member but has spoken in favour of equal marriage and the gender reform proposals without being kicked out of the Kirk. There is clearly personal choice involved here. Religious affiliation is falling in Scotland as it is across Europe. The devolved government's annual survey of household attitudes found that in 2019, 56% of adults reported that they didn't belong to any religion, 4 percent points higher than in 2018. In 2009, the figure was 40%. However, many Scots were raised in religious households that still retain some psychocultural sympathy for the old credos. Oh god, I hate the way this guy writes. I fucking hate the way this guy writes. Like, he doesn't have to write like this. You know what I'm saying? Like, psychocultural sympathy for the old credos? What the fuck, man? Just say, like, you're just say they've been raised in a Christian culture, and some Christian values translate through that, right? Just say that. Only you're trying to insinuate that people have sympathy for social conservatism, which again, insidious. Everything about this is fucking insidious. Forbes' conservatism may therefore not be a deal breaker. It may also be that Scots simply have different priorities to the outgoing regime. In her relatively short ministerial career, Forbes has emerged as something of a star. Fucking hell. She had to deliver her first budget at a few hours' notice after her predecessor, Derek Mackay, was forced to resign over sending social media messages to a 16-year-old boy. Scottish Parliament's a fucking mess, man. And managed to make it sound like it was her 10th. She has been a voice for fiscal sanity and wealth creation in an administration that has often seemed to have no interest in either, preferring to fire hose money around while doing little to improve public sector efficiency or grow the economy and support business. Can I just draw everyone's attention to growing the economy and supporting business as unalloyed goods that we should definitely be aspiring towards? Can I just talk about, like, when someone's criticism is like, you don't shine your shoes, right? And you look down at your shoes and they are in fact scuffed to hell. But you know that what you spend your time doing is far more important than shining your shoes, right? That's fucking nonsense. I can't say with certainty, I'm not even a Scottish citizen, right, that this is the case here. I'm not saying that the SNP has been doing a fantastic job doing something else. I'm just saying that growing the economy and supporting business are assumed to be the things that government is meant to exist to achieve here. Despite the distraction of the religion row, Forbes is developing a program that sounds Blairite in its intentions. She is committed to a strong growing economy that tackles that expands the tax base and reinvests in tackling poverty and making our public services sustainable, and to focusing on boosting small and medium-sized businesses and addressing the cost of living crisis and the unrealised potential of some of Scotland's key industries. This mirrors her efforts in government and may be welcomed by citizens struggling to pay energy and food bills and worried about the future of the jobs market. While others in the SNP have resorted to blaming Westminster for every ill that has beset Scotland, UK civil servants speak warmly of the constructive approach Forbes has taken in their dealings. This has particularly applied to negotiations over securing 2 free ports north of the border and in working towards a new fiscal framework for Holyrood. Forbes' obvious intellectual energy suggests she would be most likely to bring a fresh mind to some of the other mainstream policy issues that have appeared rather secondary to Sturgeon. The Scottish education system, once one of the finest in Europe, has declined for want of government attention and ambition. The problems facing NHS Scotland may be deep-rooted and similar to those across the UK, but polls show that few voters feel the SNP has had a grip on the crisis. Medics have been particularly critical of the service's political management in recent months. When we spoke recently, cool, they're just friends. Forbes showed a willingness to embrace these challenges. She said she was open to Scotland re-engaging with the international studies that compare countries' educational performance in maths, science and English, from which the SNP previously withdrew. She will also look into establishing an independent inquiry into the future of NHS Scotland, with the proviso that the service remains free at the point of need. She spoke about the necessity of a changed national conversation on the importance of creating wealth, which is too often a dirty word. Oh, good. God or independence? Kate Forbes says both, and her ascension all the way to boot house is still, for now, on course. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. I mean, I suppose that's the point, isn't it? Oh, fuck. Okay. So that was a lot of words to cover for someone being a hateful bigot, basically. She hates women's rights. She hates queer rights. They don't care. She's going to be good for business. Fucking pathetic. Absolutely fucking pathetic. Seriously. And your back tattoo is so beautiful too. Oh, thank you so much. Let me show it. It's a little clown girl. She's grumpy. I have 18 tattoos now. I should be getting my 19th soon. All right. We've done that one. That's 3 articles down. We've got 2 more to go. The next one is a profile of Barry Weiss. I hope you're all ready for some absolute fucking craven hog shit. Okay. Let's play some more Hitman. Andy says, you're a champion for being able to get through those articles in one sitting. I mean, the Hitman interludes are really just here to pretend that I couldn't just like read the whole magazine in one sitting. I have such an appetite for liberal slop. I really hate it, but I really love it. Is it self-harm? An argument could be made. Okay. But Sophie, imagine how good she'll be when the UK has the fastest growing economy in the G7. Yeah, imagine. Ugh.
Welcome to Bangkok, 47.
Okay.
Fuck. All right, that one's gonna not count because that was too fast. You will notice if you see me trying the same level a lot of times, I tend to like autistically hyper focus on this one. I've decided I'm gonna do the way through this level that I find to be the fastest and most pleasing.
Welcome to Bangkok.
Did you see Ash Reagan claim Northern Ireland and the US got independence through peaceful protest?
Find him in and around the
What?
Oddly enough,
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. That's so bizarre. Oh, fuck. I hate TERFs. I mean, it kind of goes without saying, but at the same time, I fucking hate TERFs. They're so embarrassing. Yo. Yo, hey. Hey now. Hey, my guy, hey. Hey. Ah, shit. Oh, they're all being weird now. Oh, they're being weird about it. I just pulled one little gun, you know? Fuck. Cool, let's go. Oh, it's locked. That's no good. Oh, pick up hatchet. That's pretty good. Wait, why am I compromised? I shouldn't be compromised. What the hell? Alright, I can jump in this window anyway. Let's go there. Whoop. Oh, he's just chilled out now. He's having a good time. Hello. They don't know where I am. They've utterly fucked it. They literally don't know where I am. Oh my god. Oh hey. What's happened? Is there a way out of this bathroom? No, this is the shit. Uh-oh. Don't like that. Time to shake a leg. Okay. Wasn't there like a bodyguard guy around here last time? There definitely was. Alright, whatever. Let's chill. Oh, there's two of them. Fuck.
Oh, Christ. Oh, snap this guy's neck. Snap the... Oh, no! Ah, oh, fuck. Okay, that one counts as one try. That was a protracted load of absolute fucking nonsense. Okay. Why are you telling me about security? I don't care about security cameras. I care about killing. Remember, everyone, if you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip.
Welcome to Bangkok 47. Ken Morgan has booked the Queen Suite, but is yet to check in. You will find him in and around the restaurant. Oddly enough, Jordan Cross seems completely unaware of his presence.
Okay, I just gotta belt it down here. That's my first move. Hey, man. Hey, 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 you, hey. What? Why is it? Why are you looking? Damn it. Alright. Fine, I'll do this. Hey, my guy, what's up? What's poppin'? Yo, hey, how's it going? Hey, hey there. Yo, I need that. I need this. Thank you. See ya. Okay. Oh, damn, he's just there again. I should have stuck with the strategy I did the first time, where I just, like, stand on these stairs. Nah, he's walked off now. But, like, I could just do that. I could just stand on those stairs and shoot him from a distance. And no one will be any the wiser. You saw nothing. Oh, they saw. Oh, they totally saw. Oh, no. Oh, they're still shooting me. That's fucked up, honestly. Stop it. Leave me alone. I didn't do anything wrong. Shit. Fuck. 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 Okay.
Welcome to Bangkok 47. Ken Morgan has booked the Queen Suite, but is yet to check in. You will find him in and around the restaurant. Oddly enough, Jordan Cross seems completely unaware of his presence. Cross and the class have set up a recording studio in the Emperor's Suite on the 3rd floor. Private security around Cross and his entourage is highly capable. Still, I'm sure you can find your way into his inner circle. After all, today is Jordan Cross's 27th birthday.
Shit. Piss. I like just getting silly with it sometimes and seeing how the game responds. Let's do something serious now, though. This time, I wanna... One of my targets is like a musician, I guess. Kind of looks like Dev from Kill James Bond, actually.
Welcome.
Is anyone gonna notice if I take this guy out right now? No, I mean, they'll see. There's still line of sight to that. Ah, beans. Okay, the two remaining articles we have are a profile of Barry Weiss that's titled How Barry Weiss Broke the Media, and then a very special article that I thought, as I was skimming through, I was like, oh, it's 5 articles too many? Is that too many to do? But the 5th article that I want to read after that is Britain's Original Culture War, which I'm just fascinated by that title. I just simply must know what liberal slop is being served up there, you know? It might be tastier slop than even Keir Starmer can deliver. Britain's Original Culture War. Absolutely fascinating. Just fascinating. Oh, flawless. Uh-oh, not flawless. Oh no, not flawless. Get through the window, you dickhead. Are you kidding me right now? Why won't you go through the window? Hey, I need your uniform, thanks. Cool, see ya. Okay, bye. Oh, right, there's a woman in there. Okay, ah, shit, she knows. Ah, she's gonna tell everyone. Ah, I fucked it. I gotta get the categorical fuck out of here. Oh, you're suspicious of me? I'm suspicious of you. Yeah. How do you like that? I think you're suspicious. Oh, that's a lot of cops. It's okay. We can get out of this one. We can get out of this one, Butch. Oh, we can't get out of this one. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Welcome to Bang.
Okay. No, he's walking off this time. Shit. Hey, man. Hey, do you like coins? Do you like pennies? Hey, guy. Hey, come over here. Shit, fuck. Ah, he doesn't like pennies. No. I've lost my penny. Oh, that's fucked up. That's fucked up what just happened. Oh, no. I threw my coin under a chair. Now it's gone. Fuck. No. No. Fucking shit, man. Fuck. I lost my coin. Okay, you're just gonna stand there in front of the target? You. Thanks, guy.
No, they did. So do you know what happened? Was it an accident?
Why do I keep doing this? Why I had like a pathway through where I was like not getting shot to death before. And now I'm just like doing it in the absolute most chaotic way, and it's very stupid, and I'm getting killed every time. Surely I could be doing this better than this. You know? Like this. Like that. Like that, you know? Like that. Like that's playing the game properly, you know? You know what I mean? You know? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You know? You know what I mean? You know what I mean. Okay, I need to change outfits again, I think. So let's close this door. Hey, gents, can I borrow your clothes for a minute? Like, either of you, would that be cool if I... Okay. Well, it's happening now. No one's searching for me, shut up.
You're accountable for this mess? Fucking look at me when I'm talking to you.
What are you talking? I'm not accountable for anything, shut up. Oh, everyone is suspicious of me. Oh, everyone is suspicious. Oh, everyone is suspicious. I'm not a murderer, I'm a hitman. Oh, they're shooting me again. Oh, it's gotten quite bad. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Okay, one more try. This is the last try, and then we're going to read about Barry Weiss. They can tell you're a poser? Oh no, that's why they're suspicious of me? Fuck.
Welcome to Bangkok, 47. Ken Morgan has booked the Queen Suite, but has yet to check in. You will find
Okay,
him
let's do this. Let's do this. Okay, I'm out of here. Fuck that, man. No! Okay, I said that was the last chance. I don't know why I decided to make it so dumb if it was gonna be the last chance, but like, I did. Okay, cool. Everyone, please remember, if you're enjoying the stream, you can consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip. I would really appreciate it. I'm doing my job right now, and I like when I get paid for my job, to be honest. Okay, who wants to hear about how Barry Weiss broke the media? Yay! Was it by running cover for fascists? Who can say? Oh, this one's long as hell. I don't know if I want to... Oh. It's like 3.5 pages. Okay, we're gonna start and see how we get on with this one. It's just that I do want to talk about England's original culture war, and like, you know, would I rather talk about Barry Weiss or about nobody wants to hear about Barry Weiss? Thanks for supporting me. Thanks for supporting me, Lorcan. Oh my god, they mentioned Chapeau Trap House in this. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, I need to read at least a little bit of this. I'm going to start this one, and we're going to see how we get on with it. Barry Weiss, like that. There you go. People asking for the spelling. Okay. In 2018, the New York Times columnist left the paper in protest at the stifling New Orthodoxy and after savage criticism of her conservative views, but it was to be the making of her. I'm already sick of this. I'm already completely sick of this. Okay. A fight is raging at the New York Times, a fight that has been raging for years across the American media. To be fascist or not to be fascist? No. The questions raised by this battle are fundamental. What can a journalist report on? What can a paper publish? Last month, I'm sorry, that is so fucking disingenuous. Meister Schlumpf, thank you so much for tipping £4.42. Yo, Sophie, I really dig your appearance on Cringe Cranny, or what's it called, with our beloved Slime Boy McThorty. Thank you for the tip and for the compliment about Cringe Cranny. Yeah, a fight about what journalists are allowed to report on? Fuck you. Fuck off. Fuck the entire way off. You know what this is about. Last month, dozens of unionized New York Times contributors signed an open letter criticizing the paper's coverage of trans issues, singling out some of their colleagues by name. See, it's just that you're not even allowed to report on it. You're just not even allowed to report on trans people. If you talk about trans people one time, you go to jail. If you say you're a journalist, they put you in jail nowadays. You're not even allowed to say you're a journalist anymore. Okay. In the response, the paper's editor Joe Kahn and opinion editor Kathleen Kingsbury made clear that it stood by its coverage. Oh, good. Now some of its leading journalists, including the chief White House correspondent Peter Baker, I really read that as Peter Parker for a second, I had to double take, have published a letter in reply criticizing the paper's union and arguing, "We are journalists, not activists. That line should be clear." I love the taste of boots in my mouth. Literally, it's the union. It's a journalists' union, right? And they're just standing together in solidarity over issues that they think are discussed. Like they're like, it's disgusting, the editorial line that you're pushing, and we are speaking out against it. And they're like, "Well, we're not activists." Shut the fuck up. These tensions have been bubbling for half a decade. All of the fury playing out on social media has an antecedent in the story of Barry Weiss. Many American journalists, along with other less fully employed writers, podcasters, and allies, loathe Weiss. Their dislike is axiomatic. When was the last time that the New Statesman published a trans person? When was the last time that the New Statesman published someone who was supportive of trans rights? When was the last time that the New Statesman published someone criticizing transphobia in any meaningful way? It's about what journalists are even allowed to report on. The British press only publishes 1,000 anti-trans pieces a month. You're not even allowed to talk about trans people. Fucking pathetic. Their dislike is axiomatic. They don't need to refer to her by name when they traduce her online. I don't even know what the word traduce means. I've literally never read that word before in my life, and I read a lot of words. Traduce. This is something that I find absolutely fascinating in reading liberal slop, is that, like, I'll often speak badly of or tell lies about someone so as to damage their reputation. Cool, nice. It's one of my favorite things with reading liberal slop is that you'll frequently encounter words, completely like archaic words no one else fucking uses that you've never heard before, and it's just a reminder, they're more cultured than I am. And what the fuck has it given them? Brainworms. Brainworms only. They do not need to refer to her by name when they traduce her online. They all know who they are talking about. Bafflingly awful even for her, wrote one male reporter of a piece by Weiss in 2019 that they had all decided was very bad. They've capitalized the V and the B. By then, anything she did was capital B, bad by default. Like an infant did a book report, the man affirmed, safe in the knowledge that his view of this female journalist was almost universally shared by his media set, at least among those who felt able to tweet. So Harry Lambert here is taking the bold stance that criticism of women is misogyny, and I agree if we're talking about criticism of me, but when we're talking about criticism of Barry Weiss, no. It's impossible to be misogynistic to Barry Weiss. Nothing anyone ever does to her is misogynistic. She as a fascist, she simply no. I'm not calling her a fascist. I have to consider the repercussions of calling New York Times journalists fascists. Jesus Christ. For the record, Barry Weiss is not a fascist in her soul, or her politics, or her beliefs, or her little feely-wheelies, or anything. In fact, she's the least fascist person anyone has ever encountered on Earth. Yeah, okay. The man affirmed in his view of this female journalist, yeah. In trying to destroy Weiss, that Mediaset made her. Since 2017, she's gone from being an unknown books editor at the Wall Street Journal to the founder of one of the biggest political platforms on Substack, via the opinion pages of the New York Times. Her news and comment site, The Free Press, is estimated to be bringing in around $2.5 million in reader revenue per year, and it's growing quickly. The venture has also attracted outside funding from major investors in Friends of Weiss Tell Me, both the San Francisco tech class and an older generation of Jewish backers in New York, who see Weiss as a voice of sanity in a journalistic generation they do not understand. In December, Weiss was granted access by Elon Musk to what became known as the Twitter Files, the first installment of which concerned a series of internal documents detailing Twitter's decision to suppress news coverage about Hunter Biden's leaked laptop in the weeks before the 2020 presidential election. Oh my god. So it wasn't suppressed news coverage about Hunter Biden. This is literally just dishonest journalism here, Harry Lambert. This is craven and pathetic. It's not actually suppression of news coverage about Hunter Biden's leaked laptop. It was suppression of personal pictures of Hunter Biden, including pictures of his penis, which is a completely reasonable thing for someone to ask to have taken down. The release of these documents, which Weiss said showed the incredibly cozy relationship between the FBI and Twitter prior to Musk, and the unbelievable power that basically a handful of private companies have over the public discourse, led to Weiss's Twitter audience all but doubling. She added 450,000 followers in a fortnight, and yet we are still complaining that she is being silenced and cancelled. Cool. Weiss has left New York for Los Angeles with her wife, Nellie Bowles, another journalist who felt forced to flee the city's media by a certain social milieu. You are dating a Nazi, one New York Times editor is reported to have howled at Bowles after she and Weiss started seeing each other. A fucking Nazi. That's not my opinion. That's a New York Times editor there. It would be considered very gauche, says one denizen of New York media, to go around saying you like Barry Weiss in young to youngish journalistic circles here. She drives large portions of the New York commentariat into a state of fury. That must mean that she's doing something right. It can't mean that she's just a hateful fucking cunt. I find the hatred baffling, says Andrew Sullivan, who also gave up a prized column in New York media in 2020 to move to Substack. Asked to explain the feeling against Weiss, Sullivan suggests that she is a young Jewish lesbian mother, and if you have those characteristics, you are supposed to be very left, and she isn't. The other obvious factor is jealousy. The fury some feel is easily heard on local podcasts. Local podcasts? I guess because they're in New York, that's what they mean. Such as Chapeau Trap House, a show hosted from Brooklyn by three once young men. Wow! Oh, shit! I take it back. Harry Lambert's a fantastic journalist. What a shithead. What a snide little bitch.
How old is Harry Lambert?
Harry Lambert, how old are you? Harry Lambert, post-physique, you cuck. Fuck you. Fucking pathetic. Three once young men. I always hate talking about her, one of the hosts says to the other two, on one of many episodes in which the trio painstakingly dissect an article or announcement by Weiss. Because there's just nothing there. Just absolute zero. Weiss is, says another of the men, just an empty case. You know what? I think that's all I feel like reading from this one.
Yeah.
I think I'm done. Actually.
Nice to leave it there, really.
I think I'm done, actually.
She's just an empty case.
She's just an empty case. There's nothing there. She's just zero. Cool. You know what? I'm done. I'm done now. Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. Once young man? Fuck, man. Everything in the New Statesman is so evil. Okay. Do we want to... Okay, I'm going to give it 2 more attempts on Hitman, and then we're going to hear about Britain's original culture wars. Oh my god. The once young man. I love that so much. That's so petty. That's so fucking catty. Harry Lambert, you're a snide little bitch. Jesus Christ. I hope you see this. Fucking hell. Once young men. This fit is so cool, by the way. Thank you so much, Zara Xerox. I really appreciate that. It's one of my favorite dresses. I have a my favorite dress is currently missing. I'm like very sure it's in the house somewhere, but like, yeah, I just don't know where. It's very strange. Time to hit some men. Well, yeah, let's go. I'm gonna give it 2 attempts, so I want to try and be smart about this. But at the same time, I am not smart. So, no promises, basically. Oh, this fucking guy again. Please piss off. 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 Please piss off, though. Please just piss off, though. Actually, can you actually just piss off, though? Would you actually just please piss off? Please piss off. Please piss off. Thank you. Bye. Bye. Have a nice day. Jesus Christ. I'm not compromised. You're compromised. I think we're okay. Yeah, I pulled it off this time. Okay, cool.
Okay, I'm gonna use the coin this time. I'm gonna go... What? Yep, nice and secluded. Hey, my G, what's bappin'? Shh. Cool, we're all good. Local trans rights activist is an international assassin? Yeah, you know it. Trans rights activist plays violent video games while reading profile on Barry Weiss. Is this a threat? Once young man. It's so funny. Okay, it looks like the cop outfit's giving me good coverage. Like, people are probably gonna let a cop go anywhere. Let's try going up the stairs. The security guards might not allow it. Nope, nope, they don't like it, they don't like it, they don't like it. Okay, never mind. It's no big. I don't have to go there. Is that one of the guards? Oh, that's perfect. That's exactly the right kind of guy. That's the guy I want. All right. Nice. I'm so excited to read England's original culture wars. It's gonna be so fucking good. Sorry, Britain's original culture wars. My bad. Do we have a place to hide the body in here? We do not. I am just going to have to walk out like nothing happened. That's chill. Sometimes guys just go in the bathroom, take all their clothes off, and die. That just happens sometimes. You know, sometimes dudes just get in the bathroom, they take off every item of clothing they're wearing, and they just, like, fall over directly on their head and snap their neck. It happens, okay? Can we stop acting like this is so weird? It's quite disrespectful to the dead, actually. Okay, my guy's up there. Ah, piss. Hey, my guy, what's up? Hey, what's happening? Wait. Nothing happened.
Both targets down. Now head towards an exit.
Oh. Yo. Okay, now I just need to get out of this building without incurring serious suspicion. And that's the rest of it, huh? Okay, oh jeez. Okay, well, time to give that my best shot, I suppose. What the fuck is all this? Oh my god. I can't believe Jared Leto fell so fast onto the bullet on the stairs. I know, it's crazy. It's really sad that just happens to young men sometimes. It would be really sad if that happened to Jared Leto for real. Oh my goodness, Kira just raided me with 153 people. Oh my god. Hey everyone. If you don't know me, I'm Sophie. I'm one of Kira's co-hosts on Red Planet, the show we do every Sunday, 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. UK time, where we talk to people about what based stuff they're doing to make the world a better place. I'm currently playing Hitman in between reading awful liberal slop in a publication called The New Statesman. Basically, I'm gonna be, I've nearly finished this level, and if I can finish this level successfully, what I'm going to do next is I'm going to read an article from the New Statesman called Britain's Original Culture Wars, a new history of the 17th century reminds us how bitter ideological conflicts have shaped our democracy. And so, there you go. That's what we're going to read, and I hope you will enjoy it. So stick around, and if you enjoy the stream, please consider paying for the stream. I am doing my job right now, and I quite like when I get paid for my job. I've had pretty good viewership, but not so many tips today. Finger wag, distasteful look. It would be cool if people wanna contribute. Anyway, also the donation bar is broken because I've had weird tech issues today. So far, the articles we've read today have been a piece by Joanna Cherry, Notable Tough, about how sad she is that not everyone loves hating trans people. A 3-page essay by Sir Keir Starmer about nothing. Literally about nothing. It was quite amazing, and it made me very angry the whole time. So if you are curious about that, go and watch the VOD, and you'll be able to see me getting really angry about Keir Starmer saying, like, nothing for 2,000 words. What else? We just read a profile of Kate Forbes, who is a homophobic, anti-abortion, misogynistic politician who might be the next leader of Scotland. Then we read a profile of Barry Weiss and stopped after they brought up Chapeau Trap House to say how mean they are to Barry Weiss, and then put in a little petty jab. And I just thought, you know what? It's fun enough watching terrible people slap fight each other, but I don't want to read the rest of this profile. And now we did the level, and now it's the final article of the stream. So, if you have been enjoying this stream, please consider paying for the stream. I'm just turning off my PlayStation because it runs quite hot, so I like to switch it off when it's If you've been enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe, watch or donate directly using command tip. Oh my goodness! Thank you so much, Ludo, for tipping £50. Thanks for being cool. Thank you for being cool. I feel like Kira's audience would really enjoy this stream. So if you want to check out the VOD, it's going to be on Sophie from Mars Streams, my archive channel, where I archive all of my streams once they're done, unless they're cringe, in which case I pretend they didn't happen. Very Stalinist of me. I know, big problematic. Thank you from Mars. Anyway, why is my screen not switching over? Okay, I fixed it. But basically, the nature of this stream that I've now done a couple of is that I get an issue of a liberal publication, and I have a read through some of the articles to explain to my audience how liberal propaganda works, and it's, in my opinion, a very fun time. The chat seems to be utterly tortured by it, but that's just the cost of doing business. The one today has been very entertaining, so again, I really do encourage you to watch the VOD. If you're now watching the VOD sometime in the future, hello, good decision. Hi there. Hey, hi. Hey. I might do this again, depending... I'm probably going to do this again, I'll be real. I have a lot of fun reading liberal slop and dissecting it for the chat. Whether it's the New Statesman in future, that is a different question. I picked up this issue of the New Statesman, as I said at the start of the stream, because it had this incredible cover with Keir Starmer walking through the Union Jack and smashing it to pieces, accidentally based Keith. And then there were a lot of absolutely ridiculous articles in this one. So it's worked out pretty well. But I might be trying to get like a copy of The Atlantic or something next time. We'll see. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway. This is the final article for today, before we head off. If at any point during the reading, the spirit moves you, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or share or donate directly using command tip. If you have a Prime account, you can attach it to your Twitch account and give me a Prime subscription, which is free for you, but gives me real money. Very cool. Okay, this is I think it's a review of a book, so it's worth saying that. Okay. This is Britain's Original Culture Wars. A new history of the 17th century reminds us how bitter ideological conflicts have shaped our democracy, by Rowan Williams. What I'm looking out for specifically in this article is that we are in the midst of a social revolution. The younger generation has had such an epistemic shift that we see the world in political terms so different to our parents, it's hard to communicate. It's literally just hard for us to discuss ideas. It's not just we're a bit more progressive, it's like we fundamentally see the world in a different way. This could be compared to other times in history where different generations have had really, really different opinions about how politics should be done. At those times in history, there have been really clear sides that are a side of progress. Oh, Xerix, thank you so much for tipping £15. And then again, apparently? I don't know if you meant to do that. Anyway, you said Clown Girl Union dues, so hee-haw. Welcome to the Clown Union. What was I saying? Yes, there have been times in history where there's been something that's clearly on the side of our notion of, social progress, right? And if you're making that comparison to the culture wars today, then you would be implying that there is a correct side of history to be on, you see? And it would be the same side as the young people and the future, you see, is what I'm kind of bringing into this article. So that's just something to watch out for. From time to time, in this engaging narrative of 17th century Britain, Jonathan Healy describes the conflicts of that era as a culture war. The analogy is of limited usefulness. It's going so well already. But it reminds us that bitter ideological standoffs over what many consider abstruse questions are not a thing of the past. In the 21st century, we have our own theologies, our own confessional or denominational tribes with their complex codes and passwords. It may also prompt us to think that today's culture wars represent a hugely oversimplified set of binaries. People do not, on the whole, identify with the absolutist and mutually exclusive positions that drive media melodramas. I hate liberals so much. Okay. Most are looking for pragmatic ways forward, damage limitation, and a settlement that can more or less be lived with. So it was with the era of the English Civil War. That's right. England's original culture wars was the English Civil War. Yay! Which Healy rightly frames within a period of serious political turbulence extending over the best part of 60 years. There were, of course, deep and fundamental disagreements about the source of legitimate political authority. The belief in divine right, the direct dependence on the monarch's authority on God, which the Stuart dynasty so fiercely defended, stood in stark opposition to the belief that sovereignty was inherent to the people as a whole. But the latter position was by no means a guarantee of republican, let alone democratic, views. You might be a monarchist who believed that the people had made some sort of primordial contract with the monarchy, signing over its sovereign power to a sole ruler. But the question then was whether that delegation of power was conditional on a ruler's good behavior, or was in effect permanent and irrevocable. Many different positions on this spectrum were possible, which is why, when war broke out in 1642, many supporters of King Charles I were less than enthusiastic about his understanding of divine right. So this is accidentally unpacking the metaphor way better than they think it is. Thank you so much, Thumule York, for the £5. This is accidentally unpacking the allegory really, really well. The analogy, rather. Because what Rowan Williams is saying is that, like, it's a limited use. It's a metaphor of limited use. Culture war today is so confusing, and you don't even know which way is up. You can tell what's right and wrong. There's no right side of history. Everyone's just divided. Whoa, it's so confusing. But then again, it was kind of like that for the English Civil War, because there were some monarchists who thought that you should get to have a say a little bit over what the king does. And it's like, yeah, you're actually describing exactly like the meaninglessness of distinctions between views in if you're all monarchists, right? Like if you're all monarchists, it doesn't fucking matter what your different views on what the king is allowed to do are, or like how the king is supposed to be like kept in check or whatever, because ultimately you want a king. In the same way, Rowan Williams, you're a conservative dipshit who's writing in the New Statesman. And you think that that's meaningfully different from, like, fascists or monarchists, for that matter, right? Or any of the other people who might write in hateful anti-trans rags like yours. But it's not. It's not different at all. Wow, look at that. Okay. The conflict was fought with increasing savagery, and the outcome was no foregone conclusion. But while the increasing professionalism and ideological passion of the parliamentary forces played a major role in that outcome, so did the king's inability to sustain the confidence of supporters who had begun the war with reservations about his style and policy. His increasingly desperate attempts to secure support in Ireland and Scotland alarmed a substantial number of his English backers, and he was increasingly isolated. The irony is that the absolutist view of royal authority was the really radical element in the political mix of the age. Yeah. Medieval theorists were routinely lukewarm. Yes, that's right. You have the king who thinks that he should be allowed to do whatever the fuck he wants. And then you have, like, all of his liberal simps. Well, they weren't liberals then, you know. All of his soft monarchist simps, right? Who think that there should be, like, the king and then some other stuff, right? And then you got all the people who are like, no king. There should be no king. And this is an easy position to understand. And you can still have a variety of different ideas of what should come after the king, right? But these guys are obvious chumps. These guys who are backing the king, right? But don't agree that the king should get to do whatever the fuck he wants. These guys are obvious rubes. And yes, Beckaya in chat is correct. They would be liberals today. They would be people writing in the New Statesman. This is what I mean, that I think that, like, Rowan Williams is already identifying himself a little bit with, like, the like, soft monarchists in this story, and that's just very funny. Anyway. Medieval theorists were routinely lukewarm about unchallengeable and centralized royal power, and there were powerful voices insisting that an incompetent or unjust ruler could in an extreme case be confronted and removed by senior and responsible citizens. Both Catholic and continental Calvinist thinkers in the 16th and 17th centuries had continued to defend this, which was one of the things that brought down on them the full force of the both Tudor and Stuart establishments. In the 17th century, as Healy shows, there was a steady shift toward the idea that the contract with a monarchy was only one way of expressing the sovereignty of the people. What if the people could organize themselves without a single ruler in the traditional style? Popular consent itself was being reimagined as something more than a formal acclamation by magnates or even by a parliamentary assembly of merchants, landowners, and clients of the aristocracy. In the Great Debates of 1647, held in and around the Parliamentary Army headquarters in Putney, just outside of the city of Westminster, when the king was already under arrest, there was a serious discussion of whether there should be universal consent from the government for the system of government. The counter-argument that this should be restricted to those who had a long-term interest in the well-being of the realm as wage earners or property holders still prevailed, as it would for a couple centuries more, but the genie was definitely out of the bottle. Spokesmen for the army rank and file insisted that their men were not mercenaries, but were fighting precisely because they believed they had an investment in the state and its good order. Political authority must receive informed consent. From now on, leaders would need constantly to persuade, not only to inspire or coerce. This is, I'm realizing as I read more of this, what a great article this is to read from here, because it is just like, what do liberals think about monarchy and kingship? What do liberals now think about... Jesus Christ. This is so much gibberish. Who cares, man? Who fucking cares? Alright, let's go. Unsurprisingly, in the 17th century published argument flourished. The still relatively new technology of widely distributed printed matter was deployed with huge energy on all sides, and it was becoming possible for a bright young writer to make a living as a public commentator in the news media. Oh, I think maybe Rowan has identified himself with a new historical character. Oh, good. One of the figures who crops up throughout Healy's book is Marchemont Needham. Excuse me? Marchemont Needham. Most normal British aristo name. Sometimes called the first real journalist. I'd like for there to be a real journalist publishing in the New Statesman. He puts his writing talents to work for both sides of the national conflict at different points. Yeah, okay, I guess he was... Maybe he would have written in the New Statesman after all. Fucking both sides. He was publishing for both sides. He was for a while a sort of director of communications for Oliver Cromwell, and helped to establish a style of literate but pungent political debate. Whoa, lads, what's going on in here? Oh. Debate. You know it smells crazy in there. The busy and noisy world of coffeehouse discussion was gradually coming to birth, blossoming fully in the century that followed. Just as modern culture warriors of wildly diverse conviction used the same techniques and the same platforms, so in the 17th century, the new media world was not the preserve of radicals. Jesus Christ. Although Healy mentions it only briefly, in 1649, the publication promptly after Charles I's execution of the... What? Oh! Although Healy mentions it only briefly, in 1649, the publication, promptly after Charles I's execution, of the Icon Basilica, which means royal portrait in Greek, haha, a book of prayers and meditations supposedly written by the king in his last days, was a significant development in the perception of the monarchy, as well as in the cult of the royal martyr himself. Depicting the king in the privacy of his cell and allowing him to present a personal apologia, it opened a door into a very different imaginative world from that of earlier reigns, and the book was a bestseller, much to the chagrin of the new regime. Monarchy was finding that it had to justify itself in the same courts of public opinion as its critics, and it made a reasonable job of it. Charles I was a complex, enigmatic personality, genuinely devout, cultivated, and humane. He was a king, my guy. Why are you sucking his toes right now? But the mixture in his character of high principle and deviousness, a bit like his grandmother, Mary, Queen of Scots, did not serve him well. His intense... This guy is such a simp. This is pathetic. This is so... God fucking damn it. I hate liberals. I fucking hate liberals. Okay. His intense commitment to absolute monarchy and to the form of Christian organization that he believed most consistent with this commitment meant both that he refused to compromise with any settlement that offered only a toleration of his religious convictions, and that he was ready to engage in what sometimes seemed like spectacularly underhand and deceitful tactics in order to secure victory. He aroused deep loyalties, but was not good at returning them. He lost allies by his indifference to how his tactics irritated supporters, people like the shrewd and competent John Williams, Archbishop of York. John Williams, who finally made peace with the parliamentarian forces in North Wales after a long and courageous effort at coordinating the royalist resistance, because he felt the king was prolonging the bloodshed needlessly with his serpentine politicking. The Icon Basilica represented Charles as saying that he would sooner lose his crown than betray his conscience, but his conscience proved unhappily flexible about the means taken, not so much to avoid losing the crown as to avoid compromising the hegemony of the church to which he was so passionately attached. One of the poignant elements in Healy's book is the record of the various offers from Parliament refused by Charles that would have allowed most of what he believed in to survive, but only as one religious option among others, which was wholly unacceptable to the king. Not that religious liberty... I mean, yeah, you're talking about a zealot. You're talking about a guy who's firstly an authoritarian dictator of a nation state, and secondly, a religious zealot. Why are you trying to valorize this guy? He's actually awful. If the figure being talked about here were Muslim instead of Christian, this writer would not be talking this way. Can I, like, does that cut it clear for anyone? Does that make it clearer what I'm saying for anyone? If if he was talking about a Muslim ruler of a Middle Eastern country, he would not be like, wow, his conviction, oh my gosh, wow, he wrote prayers in his jail cell, oh my goodness, wow. Not that religious liberty was an agreed principle on the non-royalist side. The idea of a national religious establishment was still largely taken for granted. The question was what its structure should look like. It was left to a few determined figures, such as Cromwell himself, a member of one of the smaller and more egalitarian Protestant groupings, to secure a certain degree of religious tolerance, and even this would still allow the barbaric mutilation of the eccentric Quaker James Naylor in 1656. Catholics were throughout the century regarded as potential terrorists whose civil liberties should be curtailed. This was partly the long legacy of the Gunpowder Plot of 1605. Healy reports the official version of the plot and does not mention the persistent suspicion that the authorities were better informed than they admitted about the conspiracy and played a part in orchestrating its denouement. After the assassination attempt against James I, no amount of evidence for loyal citizenship by Catholics ever quite did away. Did my guy just hit us with like a 17th century conspiracy theory? He's like a dork as well as a liberal. Like, God damn. Okay. After the assassination attempt against James I, no amount of evidence for loyal citizenship by Catholics ever quite did away with the belief that secret agents were around every corner, eager to slaughter true believers and establish a papal theocracy. The public hysteria over the completely fictitious popish plot between 1678 and 1681, I have no idea what the fuck that is, concocted by the deplorable priest Titus Oates, a figure whose malice and mendacity would have guaranteed him a political career in some 21st century states. Oh my god, stop being such a simp. Shows how deep this prejudice went. Also, the implied meritocracy of 21st century political states, right? This guy was really good and cunning and smart, so he definitely would have been good in political debates in modern parliament. He totally would have been Keir Starmer. Wow. The plot's body count was high, and Charles II's administration behaved cravenly. Some of the darkest strands in the history of the century come into focus here. Apart from the mindless venom toward the minority community, there is the growing power of the London mob, the shadow side of popular sovereignty, the raw force of violent pressure on lawmakers, and the suspension of ordinary legal procedure to deal with real or imaginary crises. The classical tag, Salus Populi Suprema Lex, the people's well-being is the supreme law, was used by monarchs and parliaments alike to justify grave abuses of legal process. These included the deployment of acts of attainder to allow the execution without proper trial of supposed traitors such as the Earl of Stafford and Archbishop Laud in the 1640s, not to mention the legal quagmire of the king's own trial. Another irony is that so much of the energy behind parliamentary resistance to absolutism came from an appeal to the ancient constitution that common lawyers like to talk about. This was harking back to a supposed golden age of contractual monarchy and locally rooted liberties, an idea that was suppressed by the later Norman yoke, the result of a foreign invasion supported by the papacy. It was a historical fiction, but a powerful and persistent one, and not easy to reconcile with the readiness to invoke a state of emergency and deny accused people the right of defense. This is a really disappointing article. I really thought he was going to go harder on the thing related to the title. You know, the Britain's original culture wars. I really thought he was going to drag out the it's just like now thing, but in the most painfully liberal way. Instead, he's just kind of being a dork about history. I'm just going to read the last paragraph. The nature of political legitimacy, the threats of populist frenzy, the longing for transparent representative structures, and the debates over their limits, the power of media and the manipulation of images in political life. As Healy indicates, these are not remote issues. He enables us to see the deep continuities in the period and to understand how the arguments that dominated the 17th century have had a profound and formative effect on Britain's democracy today. Wow. Whoa! Okay. That one was a bit of a letdown. I will do this. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Are there any good options left in here? China's relations with Russia. Oh, that could be fucking horrid. Jason Cowley on what Labour has learnt from Germany's SPD. That's more Keir Starmer stuff, so that will also be absolutely atrocious. Saffron Huang on how AI is killing human creativity. Oh god, that's gonna be that's gonna be a drudge to get through. Okay, chat, give me a 1 if you want to hear Katie Stallard on China's relations with Russia, a 2 if you want to hear Jason Cowley on what Keir Starmer has learned from Germany's SPD, or a 3 if you want to hear about how AI is killing human creativity. Ugh. Ugh. Okay. Votes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Some people are very opposed to 3, and I don't really want to lose viewers, so I am a little biased here now. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3 appears to be the winner. Oh no. Okay, well now it's tied. Okay, let me have a scan over this AI thing. What page is it on? And if it looks like it's not just going to be pretty milquetoast, then I'm going to go tell you about what Keir Starmer's learned from Germany's SPD. Page 36. And if you start acting out, I'm just going to read you the rest of the entire Barry Weiss article. Oh my god. She references Foucault in this. Oh Christ. Okay. It really looks like 3 is going to cause us too much of a hassle. And also, I am trying to talk here about mind-numbing liberal propaganda. So I'm afraid it's going to have to be this one page on what Keir Starmer has learned from Chancellor Scholz. Okay, buckle in. Editor's note: what Keir Starmer has learnt from the return of the German Social Democrats. Again, the idea that anyone here is even pushing towards social democracy, it's like the shades of insult. Sorry, I'm already getting riled up now. AI art isn't liberal propaganda. I'm saying, like, this is much more directly political and to do with electoral politics, so it's going to be really frustrating. The shades of insult that, like, soc dems think they are socialists and call themselves socialists, right? But they're actually liberals. But now you have these liberals who aren't even actually offering a social democracy, who are saying social democrats and calling themselves social democrats. Like, what the fuck is this? Okay. On a recent trip to Berlin, I took part in a roundtable discussion on the future of the centre-left, organized by my colleague Jeremy Cliff in association with Das Progressive Zentrum, a non-aligned think tank. The participants included senior figures from the ruling Social Democratic Party, as well as Claire Ainsley, Keir Starmer's former director of policy. What are the lessons for Labour so close to power now? Citation needed! Citation needed! We don't even have a general election! What the fuck are you talking about? God, liberals are insane! What is this? If you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. So close to power now, from the return of the SPD, the dominant force in Germany's three-party governing coalition. For a start, they're part of a coalition. Anyway, for a start, and most obviously, the part of Willy Brandt and Helmut Schmidt remains in decline. At the 2021 federal election, the SPD won only 25.7% of the vote compared to 24.1% for the SDU, for the CDU/CSU center-right, and 10.3% for the far-right Alternative for Germany. Okay, so... Okay, those aren't the numbers that, like, Labour needs to win in order to get into power. Okay, whatever. It's a very different system. Like, Germany has a proportional... Whatever, I don't know. Okay, what... Fucking hell. I was told by worried advisors to Chancellor Olaf Scholz that the SPD is unpopular with younger, college-educated liberal voters in the cities. They prefer the Greens, with migrant communities. Oh, good! It sounds like exactly Keir Starmer's base. Anyone but the young and migrants. Okay, then. Okay. Maybe we can learn something after all. Christ. Labour has problems, but not these. What? Okay, fuck. Shit, fuck. Like the US Democrats, it is now the party of choice of liberal professionals in the multiracial English cities and his resilient support among minority groups. This is already melting my brain. No. What are you talking about? The Democrats aren't popular among young people. The Democrats aren't well-loved among progressives. Labour is not well-loved among migrant communities, or young people. What the fuck are you actually talking about? This is, oh God. Your brain on liberalism, I swear to God. In an attempt to answer the question, what world do liberals live in, we keep on throwing up way more questions. You know what I mean? We're just like, we read stuff by them and it's just like, how do you believe that's true? How can anyone possibly believe the thing that you just said? You can't possibly believe that. That is insane. They're not popular among young people in migrant communities. Labour has problems, but not these. What? Labour has exactly those problems. Okay. Libs extort enough votes out of a community equals well-liked. Yeah, again, it's like the thing about being so close to power now. It's like, well, they're not though, are they?
But yeah, also, those demographics hating the Tories is not the same thing as those demographics
Bingo.
liking Labour.
Bingo.
Yeah.
Again, a crucial difference between Germany and the UK. Like I say, they're different electoral systems, and that actually matters. Hey, I have a quick question. Do you find this South Park episode offensive? Your opinion as someone affected would be very interesting. Okay, I'm gonna ban you. This is incredibly weird. Bye. The English and Scottish Greens are not a serious threat because we have a two-party system. That's it. Because in their uncompromising attitudes, they're closer to Corbynites. It's just like having an ice pick under your nails. It's just horrible. It's just, oh God, I love reading liberal slop. Fucking hell. Oh, it's just horrible. The English and Scottish Greens are not a serious threat because, in their uncompromising attitudes, they're closer to Corbynites. Fuck, man.
There's so many levels of bullshit there.
There's so many levels. If we had an electoral system like Germany's, then we would fuck around and find out. Yeah. Then we would fuck around and find out, actually. Closer to Corbynites. Ooh, okay. Ooh! The pragmatic wing of the once hard-edged German Greens is represented by Robert Habeck, Scholz's vice-chancellor, and Annalena Baerbock, Foreign Affairs, and they're more like Blairites. Yay!
Baerbock supports higher defense spending and was a foreign policy hawk long before Putin's war in Ukraine. Scholz, formerly finance minister and vice chancellor in Angela Merkel's Grand Coalition, resembles Starmer in some ways. He's moderate, unglamorous, cautious, shrewd. Both men are lawyers. Oh, good. Ideal preparation for a politician, as Max Weber put it in his celebrated lecture, Politics as a Vocation. Politics as a vocation is the whole problem. This wonks. Fuck. Jesus Christ. Wonks. Oh, God. We invented politics, the second worst thing on Earth, to stop the worst thing on Earth, war, from happening. And it's not a good thing. It's a thing we are all trying to stop doing. But unfortunately, people keep on being greedy little shitheads. Scholz was once on the radical left, as Starmer was. Oh, God. Before beginning his long journey to what the economist Paul Collier calls the hard center. If anyone could... maybe someone wants to pull this link up and put it in chat, but if all of you want to listen to the song later, there's a great song called Love Me, I'm a Liberal, which describes the kind of person who was on the left and is now a liberal. The most obvious difference between Starmer and Scholz is that the German Chancellor is a hardened career politician. Excuse you! You horrible liberal! Fuck! The most obvious difference between Starmer and Scholz is that the German Chancellor is a hardened career politician. Think the devil just jumped into you there for a minute. Don't let that happen again. Jason Cowley. Jesus fucking Christ. A vice president of the International Union of Socialist Youth in the late 1980s, he was first elected to the Bundestag in 1998. Starmer is an outsider from what George Osborne calls the guild of professional politicians. Some shadow cabinet members used to say to me that he had no politics and that he didn't know how to do politics.
I believe that. I believe that.
I believe they said that, yeah. I believe that, yeah. Yep.
Keir Starmer's actually so much worse than a career politician.
He's a cop.
He's actually new to politics.
He's just a cop who's going to be running the country.
Yeah, he's the worst kind of technocrat imaginable. Authoritarian technocracy is what Keir Starmer wants.
Yep. Okay. Scholz, a veteran dealmaker, certainly knows how to do politics. He's Angela Merkel, but with a plan, a close aide told me. From the start of his leadership, Starmer also had a plan, however improbable, to become Prime Minister within 5 years. I've got to do Kinnock and Blair's job in one term, he told friends. God, he's embarrassing. By which he meant, I think, that the first he had to recapture the party from the left, reform and reposition it, prepare for power, and then win. God damn. The only person back then who seemed to believe achieving this was possible was Morgan McSweeney, chief power broker in Starmer's team. So far, Starmer has played the role of Kinnock at accelerated speed, especially in repulsing the left, but can he do the Blair bit? Can he win a country that turns to Labour very reluctantly? In 2019, the Johnson Conservatives had an opportunity to realign English politics and create a new cross-class coalition in the Brexit era. That opportunity was squandered. Sorry, this is what... This here... Can I just reread this phrase for a second and say, cross-class coalition in the Brexit era? Can people in chat tell me what they're describing there? In one word. Can people in chat tell me what the Johnson Conservatives creating a cross-class coalition in the Brexit era means in one word? Extra Small Robin has it immediately. Fascism. They are describing fascism. Okay? Liberals. Fucking liberals. Fucking liberals. Fucking liberals. Talking as if this is just like the article we read last time. I don't know if many people here were there for that one, but we read an article where someone described Giorgia Meloni's politics as like a hybrid case. It's like, no, she's a fascist. No, she's a fascist. Her party is called the Brothers of Italy. She's a fascist. If Johnson's Conservatives had created a cross-class coalition in the Brexit era, you are describing British nationalist fascism. You are describing fascism, and you are using wonk language to do so, to make it seem like it's just another possible outcome of the wondrous politics machine. Thank you, kids, for coming on a little tour of my politics factory. I don't usually let people in, but you all won golden tickets, so let me show you the wondrous politics machine and all of the beautiful things it can spit out. Wow! Oh wow, look, a populist authoritarian uprising. Oh my goodness, a cross-class coalition. Oh wow. Oh my goodness, a petty bourgeois revolt against the established order to instill notions of what society should have been but never really was. Wow, some kind of palingenetic ultranationalism. Look what it's making. Isn't this special and interesting? No, man, it's fucking fascism. It's the most vile human tendency imaginable. Fucking hell. Fuck liberals. That opportunity was squandered is the next sentence. The next sentence is, that opportunity was squandered. Is Labour merely the beneficiary of Tory misrule? Or, yes is the answer. Or through its integrity and force of ideas, you know who had fucking integrity? Jeremy Corbyn. Fuck you. Has it earned the renewed respect of an electorate seeking protection and security in this age of disorder? It was the first one. The answer was the first one. It's not the second one. In a speech on 23rd February, Starmer outlined his 5 national missions. Now I'm remembering reading the Starmer essay. They were solid enough, but some of the language was desiccated. The SPD has a national mission to lead Germany's transition to a carbon-neutral future. The coalition's finance minister, Christian Lindner, leader of the Free Democrats, calls renewables freedom energy. Freedom. That's a term that everyone should think very hard about what it means when liberals and capitalists use that word, freedom, okay? Seriously, that's some fucking homework from this stream. Go and think about what fucking capitalists mean when they say freedom. Freedom energy. But during the election campaign, Scholz didn't speak like this, or in abstractions about Green New Deals and the highest sustained growth in the G7. He spoke about respect. After the SPD's defeat in 2017, Scholz read widely. Michael Sandel on the failures of meritocracy, J.D. Vance's hillbilly elegy, Didier Eribon's returning to Reims, and reflected on why Social Democrats had been losing support among working-class communities. What didn't they understand? Why did so many voters feel abandoned or disrespected by those who purported to represent them? Respect is the most important word in the Scholz lexicon. Significantly, the Labour leader uses it when writing about his father in his essay on page 22. In October last year, the German coalition honoured an SPD election pledge to raise the minimum wage by 14.8% to €12 an hour because Scholz said it was a matter of respect for the achievements of employees. Starmer has come out against raises for any workers again and again and again because he hates unions. And he hates unions because he's a cop. This was a signalling event. The SPD-led coalition is determined to modernize Germany's economy, rebuild the country's infrastructure, and achieve climate neutrality by the middle of the century. Immense plans, but the SPD will not abandon the working class along the way. The Respect agenda legitimizes the modernization and transformation, the Scholz aide told me. Back in Britain, Keir Starmer is searching for what might become Labour's signalling event. What he needs, ideally, as well as 5 missions, is one word to define the party and its purpose as it seeks to win back Red Wall voters and those in neglected towns such as Harlow in Essex, where I grew up. Will that word be respect, a reimagination of the Orwellian ideal of common decency? Oof. Okay, well, we got through it. Well done everyone for presumably gritting their teeth as hard as they could. Fucking hell. If you've been enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip. I'm going to find someone to raid now. Like I said, I'm going to be doing more of these. I want people to be educated on how liberal slop works, how they get away with publishing shit like this. I want people to understand the media environment that policy wonks and liberal necktie lanyard freaks put themselves in and what they how they think the world looks, okay? It's really worth us understanding this stuff. It might not be the New Statesman next time. I am considering getting my hands on a copy of the Atlantic if I can. Thank you for watching. Thank you so much, Meister Schlumpf, for tipping £4.42. Wait, is that the... Yes. And this is how... Meister Schlumpf, I do not like your comment. Okay, we're going to raid into Amy C3, friend of Red Planet, who is a squatters' right advocate. At the moment, she is doing a big all-day stream. All right, and see you all on the next stream. Thank you so much for watching, Amy C3. Okay. Bye, everyone. Thank you so much for watching. I'll let you know on Twitter what the next stream is going to be about. It might end up being the New Statesman again if something catches my eye. Like I said, I was shopping around for different possible political mags to read, and the fact that Keir Starmer wrote an essay in this one was on the front page, so I was like, it's got to be this one. All right. Good night, everyone. Bye.